All right, let's go. Let's do this. Oh, greetings there, travelers. Welcome again. Welcome again to another episode of Bible study devotional, as well as BMX learning, and if we're not too tired, maybe even a drawing stream. We're just here, and I guess anybody that wants to tune in, you guys can peer in, and we can just maybe take some time to just peer into God's Word, even just a little bit. Even if it's just we reading one little verse or something like that. I don't even know if I'm doing these things right. I don't even know if I'm doing these Bible studies right. But I think overall, we could just keep practicing trying to sow seeds of God's Word, hopefully into the hearts of people. And maybe potentially, I guess I like to think of the combo of Matthew 6:33 of but seeking first the kingdom of God, and how the Lord likens the kingdom to people that go out and sow seeds out in the field. Now, I do think there's many different ways to sow seeds of God's Word, and potentially it could be even something like this, where it's just a verse of the day. I know I've seen, there's some streamers that I've been seeing, and they have just a verse of the day, right? They don't even do a Bible study or anything, they just verse of the day, right? And I think I might even have to go back into doing those things, because those ones are a little bit less taxing, I guess. Not saying that these Bible studies are taxing, but I do feel that these Bible studies can maybe seem a bit overwhelming to people that maybe are not believers or something like that. So, but honestly, I'm going to be honest, I feel like I get a lot out of these Bible studies. And if you guys haven't noticed, when I'm riding my bike or when I'm drawing, I don't really talk as much, because I can actually do those activities strangely without even saying a single word. So this little time frame that we have doing these Bible studies, it kind of gives me a little bit of allotted time to even just practice some communication skills. And so that's what we're going to get into today. We're going to get into this verse up in here, Hebrews 3:13. Let's see, I have it marked down in here. Because I actually just looked it up right now. I was like thinking, what are ways, I looked it up right now, what are ways we can heal envy and jealousy in others? And it's odd, because I typed that in, I typed a Bible verse thing in, and I can't seem to find it. Even if I just type it in normally, I couldn't even find anything on this. And it's just weird, right? Because it's like when we go into this, right? When I type this in here, right? And it's just odd, because I was looking it up, and they always just kind of go into envy and jealousy within yourself, right? But then what's weird is I'm thinking, well, what are ways we can heal envy and jealousy in anybody that we're around or something like that? And for some reason, if you guys are a pastor or anybody out there that wants to, even if you want to do Bible study or something, I think that would be a really good sermon right there. I mean, I don't know how to go about it, because that's why I'm doing this Bible study right now, because I can't even find anything on that. And I think that would be a very good one, because imagine if you could just be in any situation and you could just heal the envy and jealousy and maybe not even just those emotions. Imagine if you could just heal any, imagine you could just bring the vibe up anywhere you go. I think that would be such a cool thing to do, right? But yeah, let's see here. We're going to go into this verse right here. And, oh wait, that's actually one of the verses that I was thinking of. But we're going to go into this verse right here. Let me show you actually this James verse. There's this weird James verse that goes, let me see it. It's James 3:16. It's this one right here. Because I was looking up some verses on this, right? I was thinking about this one, James 3:16, for where jealousy and selfish ambition exist, there will be disorder and every vile practice, right? And so I was like, man, it's really crazy. I mean, there's even some translations that bring up envy in that one. And then even thinking about some of these, because I just typed those verses in, and, you know, a tranquil heart gives life to the flesh, but envy makes the bones rot. And I was like thinking, like, how can we, if this is where vile practices are at, is where envy and jealousy is at, it's very odd to think, where are some situations that we have felt envious and jealous of, right? And I honestly, it's strange for me to say this, but I actually feel if I kind of peer deeper into the looking glass of modern society, unfortunately, it just seems like it's almost like our economic churning wheel sometimes. Unfortunately, it is kind of like this coveting, envious machine thing of just things that we, and it's like, and it's just so odd to think about. And sometimes I wonder if, thinking about the nature of how the Lord Jesus Christ came as the meekest, and he was raised as, one of the lowliest people, and he said he didn't even have a place to lay his head. Foxes have holes, birds have nests, but the Son of Man has no place to lay his head. And I'm just like wondering, it's just so odd to think about that, because I think if you were to observe a homeless person, right, I think most people in some weird way, they kind of just think that person's probably crazy, or they had some crazy issues, or they're a drug addict or something. But it is kind of weird to think that you never are really envious of the homeless people, right? And so I'm wondering, like, if so, yeah, it sounds weird, right? But I was like thinking about it, I'm like, you know what, that is kind of a strange thing. And I'm wondering, okay, but that's also in a weird realm too, because if you are in that circle, sometimes people look down upon you, they think you're a drug addict, they think that you're crazy, stuff like this. So I'm also just thinking, like, what are some ways that we can heal the envy and jealousy? And I'm wondering if I were to ask this to every single pastor and every single just believer right now, what would everybody say, right? Because I'm thinking, like, how would we do that? And I think I guess maybe that's why I was thinking about these verses anyway, about encouraging one another, right? So I was thinking about these verses, but exhort one another every day, as long as it is called today, that none of you may be hardened by the deceitfulness of sin. Now, the other thing is, when I was thinking about this, it's kind of strange that it's weird that there's the deceitfulness of sin. It kind of reminds me of how, like, sometimes things can look on the outside very grandiose, and it could be very nice and all this stuff, but maybe in the backgrounds it could be kind of sketchy, right? And it's weird to think that, now I might be wrong on this, but I do somewhat remember some of the Bible studies we did on the topic of envy, and I'm pretty sure one of the commentaries went into the story of Cain and Abel, and how Cain was envious of his brother, and that's actually what stemmed the first murder in the scriptures, right? And it's so crazy to think that if that sort of emotion caused the very first murder to happen in the Bible, I mean, how many deaths had there happened because of the emotion of envy and jealousy? I mean, how crazy would it be if we could just see the bodies piled up of just everybody that got killed because of envy and jealousy throughout humanity, right? And so it's weird, because I feel like I don't really hear, like, companies bringing this up. I don't hear, like, leader people really bringing this up, because it also is, I've also have seen some companies falter because of envy, right? Because, if someone went into a position, like a higher position, and then you have everybody else, and they're like, wait, why am I not in that position, or something like that, right? And so then it gets everybody resentful. Sometimes there's like a mutiny within the company. That's happened to unfortunately, this has actually happened to a lot of companies, that there's like this strange resentful mutiny that happens within it, right? And it's something to keep, I honestly think it's something to keep an eye out for. But it's also, I would like to think if you were in a boss position, you would probably be a little bit more thinking about, okay, well, if I give this person this position, all these other people are going to be envious of that person, and then, I really don't know, right? But it's So we're going to read this commentary on this one, because I think maybe exhorting one another, but exhort one another every day as long as it's called today, that none of you may be hardened by the deceitfulness of sin. Also thinking about this word, this one too, right here, which we actually went into last week. And we urge you, brothers, admonish the idle, encourage the faint-hearted, help the weak, be patient with them all, right? Now, the other thing which is kind of strange about envy and jealousy, as well as, like, since we do live in an economic society where, you know, people do kind of rise up the ranks in some career settings or jobs or basically a lot of things. Even if you see a video game, you know, even if you're in a video game, you see a guy that's like at max level or something like that, right? There is that other level of, what happens if that person that got to that level just put in the work and the time and then they got to this position, but what if everybody else just got envious of that person, right? How would you heal something like that, right? It's kind of odd to think about, but I don't know. I wonder what other believers would say on this. Like, how do we heal envy and jealousy in others? I think that would be a very interesting one to think about. Maybe it's just humility. Maybe it's encouragement. That's why we're coming into this verse right here. So let's read a commentary on here now. So that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna read this commentary right here. How are we to exhort one another daily? Hebrews 3:13. Let's read this. What is it going to say? Now, I actually have read this commentary before, but I feel like I don't really even... It's so strange that I don't even really remember too much on this commentary, so we're just going to read it again. There are no Lone Ranger Christians in the body of Christ. All believers have the responsibility to encourage one another daily. Beware, brethren, lest there be any of you of an evil heart of unbelief in departing from the living God. But exhort one another daily while it is called today, lest any of you be hardened through the deceitfulness of sin. Hebrews 3:12 through 13. In the original language, the verb translated exhort in Hebrews 3:13 means to earnestly support or encourage a response or action. It comes from the Greek noun paraklesis, which refers to calling of someone alongside to help or encourage. Now, I feel like that would actually, maybe that is something that could maybe potentially heal not only envy and jealousy, but maybe a lot of other emotions. But I'm also kind of thinking, when I think about this right now, it is kind of weird thinking of the structure of communities and the structure of communities within how technology has advanced, because, it's interesting. It was really weird. It was actually very, very odd working at the church of COA in Long Beach when we were helping the homeless. And, dude, it was a gnarly church, bro. It was the gnarliest church I've ever been to, right? And they're, like, open basically almost every single day, right? Giving out food and clothes and all this stuff. And it's just weird because I always just remember that there was this one guy that was working there, right? And he said, like, he told me, because I never really even thought about it. He just said this to me, right? He said that the church used to be, before there was even an EBT card, right? The church actually used to be the church used to be kind of like the EBT before there was even a card that you could play. Like, if you were downtrodden, where would you go? You would go to the church to get some help, right? But nowadays it's weird because many churches they don't operate on a daily basis, right? It's only like maybe one day and then like a Saturday or something, right? So it's kind of odd to think about the community structure that the church used to be. I guess there are a lot of churches still like that, like COA or something, but I think because of the onset of cars and maybe transportation and a lot of these technological advancements, we no longer, or maybe not we, but maybe many people no longer want to go to the church for aid or for assistance, or maybe that church isn't even open. Maybe, what if you were downtrodden and you went by a church and it was closed? You'd be like, and so it's weird to think that back in the day, like, it was kind of, I feel like just because, like, it was more like horses, or maybe even before horses and stuff like that, people, I guess that's kind of when it did emerge. Christianity did emerge when there were horses and stuff, you know, but it would take a bit of time to go to the next village across the way, right? And so I feel like just communities were just a little bit more kind of like they would help each other out in the communities, whereas nowadays we could just drive a couple hours away, and you know, now it's just odd to me now thinking about that, right? And someone said something. I am Pebblies. Welcome. Hey, I remember you, I am Pebblies. How's it going? How goes it? We're doing a Bible study on, well, I'm going to be honest, I wanted to do a Bible study on how can we heal envy and jealousy, but it's actually weird because I can't find a commentary, nor can I find even non-Bible things on that. They always say, how can we heal envy and jealousy within ourselves, which I understand that, right? I understand like coveting and the aspects of how envy and jealousy affects people personally. But now I'm wondering, okay, so how can we be people that actually help to heal envy and jealousy anywhere that we're at? And that is a question. It's weird. I feel like, man, if we were a pastor out there, I feel like that would be such a good sermon or something like that, because I feel like I thought I stumbled upon some great treasure trove of like there'd be commentary after commentary after commentary. I can't even find a commentary on it. I'm like, man, that's so strange, right? Because unfortunately, right, because in our modern society, there are things that can, I think that's the weird thing about envy and jealousy, right? Because sometimes we can't really notice if we are making other people envious or jealous, right? And unfortunately, because we work in because we live in a society that is kind of thriving upon, you know, hard work and our earnings and stuff like that. So when we get something, we go, well, I worked really hard for that to get that thing or something like that. But not knowing that if you got that, imagine if you got like a Ferrari, something like that, right? And you're like, man, and what if you just worked day and night to the bone just to get something like that, right? And you're probably like, man, dude, I freaking put a lot of work in to get that, right? But the thing is what would happen if you just made everybody envious around you because of that? I think that's strange, and it's something that I don't hear too much about, right? And it's I'm a little bit more aware of this now because I'm like, man, that's so strange. It's I don't know. The terrible thing is there are some churches that make you pay to use the pantry. Yeah, that is odd. The church that I was at, COA, was kind of like you just go in there for free, and it was a weird church. It was a very, very unorthodox church. I'll just say that, and there's a lot of characters that went in there. But it's odd because it was like all based on like donations, and they also had like, I don't know if it was like under the table or something, but they would like go to restaurants and stuff like that, and restaurants would help them out and stuff like that. But it's kind of odd. But yeah, it is weird to think, back in the day, man, churches were open a lot more because they had to help. They had to help the homeless, and they had to help the downtrodden, and it's kind of weird even thinking about that. Wasn't that a part of the tithe, or I'm pretty sure that was actually like a part of the tithe where like it was like the crops or something, right? And they would, if you were like a farmer, you had to set aside 1/10 of your field for the strangers and for the people to glean the field and stuff like that. And it's just it's strange to think about that, right? Yeah. Something like that. I think the goal with envy and jealousy is that jealousy is to just keep your eyes set on Jesus, because a lot of times as humans, the flesh will have moments where it's jealous and things like that, but we just have to continue to pray about it. Yeah, that's a good one too, right? It's actually weird. I was thinking about how like the Lord Jesus Christ lived, right? Because it's interesting now I think of that, because I know some people are kind of tripped out that like, the verses that said, foxes have holes, birds have nests, but the Son of Man has nowhere to lay his head. And like how the Lord was born in a manger, and how, some people even said that he was kind of like this wandering homeless vagrant in some degree, right? Preaching the gospel. And I was like thinking about it, and I was thinking about the homeless and how some people have, if you type in Jesus Christ homeless on YouTube, there's actually a bunch of videos that come up, right? And I was like looking at some of the videos, I'm like, man, you know what? That's so strange, right? Because I feel like if we were to ask most people, right, just even if we were to ask non-believers, are you guys, when you guys pass by some homeless people, do you guys ever get envious of them, right? Do you guys ever feel, envious about how they are living or something like that, right? It's just odd thinking about that, because I think most people would not feel envious about that, right? And it kind of leads me to question what are things that lead us to get envious and jealous of one another, right? And the reason why I was the reason why I'm thinking about how we can heal envy and jealousy in others, by the way, is because of this verse right here. James 3:16. For where jealousy and selfish ambition exist, there will be disorder and every vile practice, right? I guess disorder is an interesting one, right? Dude, because jealousy and envy has caused so much negativity upon the minds. That's what caused the first, or what some commentaries have said, that's what caused the first murder, because Cain was envious of his brother, right? He hit him on the head with a stone, right? And it's like, man, it's so crazy. Yeah. Anyway, let's keep going. But I was thinking, so I don't, by the way, you guys got to take this with a grain of salt. I don't know if this is a way that we can heal envy and jealousy in others, but I think it would be encouraging other people, right? So maybe it would be like, if there were a lot of people envious and jealous, you'd be like, okay, well, how can we encourage, maybe like showing them, oh, well, do you guys want to do this as well? Well, here is kind of, we'll try and do it together, or something like that, right? Or you're here, I don't know, right? It's something like that. When I look at the homeless, it reminds me how God provides for us. Yes, Cain was jealous, absolutely being supportive and happy for others. Yeah, and man, it is a weird. And sometimes I feel like even if we see maybe like a celebrity, or maybe even potentially even on this streaming platform right now. Dude, there's some people on here that get like 70,000 viewers and stuff like that, right? And sometimes if you see how these people are living, I would even, sometimes they just have these crazy lives, and they're like traveling and they're doing all this crazy stuff, and you're like, holy moly, dude, I want to be where they're at, And I'm wondering if there's this level of maybe people don't want to say it, but maybe there's this level of infatuation of envy. Like they're like, man, I want to live something like that, or what are they doing? And they're curious and they want to just see, right? It's now what I think is, do those people think that they ever think about that they're making other people jealous? I really don't know, right? So I think that's why Jesus tells us the most important thing is to love like Jesus did. Yeah, that's a good one, huh? That is a good one, because actually love, if we go into Hebrews, 1 Corinthians 1 Corinthians 13, it does say in the definition that love doesn't get envious, right? Yeah, that is actually strange to think about. That is actually very strange. Love is patient and kind. Love does not envy or boast. It is not arrogant or rude. It does not insist on its own way. It is not irritable or resentful. So I guess maybe that's kind of a weird level to think about, right? If we do get envious, this is what it's saying, that love doesn't get envious, right? John 13:34. A new commandment I give unto you, that ye love one another as I have loved you, that ye also love one another. Yeah, that's why we are called to love, to stop jealousy and envy. Yeah, that is a very good one, right? And the more, that's actually that's a good one right there, right?
Man, that's actually a really strange one to think. And also, that it's kind of funny that you brought up John 13:34, because that makes me think of John 13:35. John 13:35. By this all men know that ye are my disciples, if ye have love one to another. I'm going to continue reading this commentary on Hebrews 3:13. This is the commentary I'm reading. It's on this verse. Hebrews 3:13 ESV. But exhort one another every day, as long as it is called today, that none of you may be hardened by the deceitfulness of sin. That's what I'm reading right now on Hebrews 3:13. And we're right there. The word is related to the name Jesus gave to the Holy Spirit, parkalete, which means helper. The Apostle Paul uses this same Greek word in 1 Thessalonians 5:11. So encourage one another and build each other up, just as you are doing. See, and I think that's a good thing. And honestly, I really like that about like meeting other believers. Now I know, sometimes it doesn't feel that way, especially there are I won't say a lot of parts of YouTube Christianity is toxic, but there are some parts that do seem a little toxic, where they're always just like bagging on everything, it seems like, and maybe instead of encouraging or trying to understand one another. I wish it was more like that, but I do like the fact that when I do meet believers, they'll like bring up a verse, or it's interesting even thinking how it's almost like this program in some weird level that replicates itself, right? Which I guess that goes into the Great Commission, whereas when you meet another believer, hopefully they will become a disciple, and then they will make more disciples, and it's just kind of like this never-ending, replicating, living tree in some degree. It's odd. Let's keep going. Let's see what this is going to say. This is on Got Questions, by the way. I don't know if you got... I haven't heard anything bad about Got Questions, by the way, but I will say Got Questions is probably one of the easiest commentaries to read, because when we read some of the olden commentaries, those things get kind of gnarly, and sometimes I don't really understand what they're talking about, but these ones seem to be pretty easy. Anyway. As Christians, we are called to develop close relationships, walk beside one another, strengthen each other in the faith, and encouraging continued spiritual growth. Christian exhortation carries the idea of stirring or motivating fellow believers to action. See Romans 12:1-2. One of the primary ways we can exhort one another daily is through real life, one-on-one, rubber meets the road involvement in each other's lives. Later in Hebrews, the author writes, and let us consider how we may spur one another toward love and good deeds. Love and good deeds. Not giving up meeting together as some are in the habit of doing, but encouraging one another, and all the more as you see the day approaching. Hebrews 10:24-25. We can't exhort one another daily if we aren't in daily fellowship with other believers. And it's actually, what's actually really strange? Just reading this last little thing, man, it's so weird, dude. It's so weird. I'm wondering, what pastors nowadays think about this, because if you guys go on to, I don't know if you guys go on, I frequent the Reddit Christianity, the Reddit Christianity and other Christian forums, and that Quora thing of people that ask questions on Christianity and stuff like this. But there is a similar question I've been hearing many times, and it's this question of that a lot of younger believers, they actually have trouble fellowshipping in their churches and congregations, right? Or they feel awkward. They feel awkward fellowshipping with other people in the church because they're older or something like that, which I guess that might, and honestly, I think that might be kind of awkward. I mean, imagine if most of the people in the church were your parents' age, and there were barely anybody in your age range, and they're like, oh, well, let's fellowship, and you're the only one your age range with all these old people. You'd be like, I While you're going to public school and hanging out with your own age range and your own friends, which one? I'm going to be honest. Which one would this kid want to do? Would this kid want to hang out with people with their parents' age, or would they want to hang out with kids their own age? Right? I think in most cases, I think kids nowadays want to hang out with kids their own age. Right? And it's weird that there are, now I don't want to say every church is like this, because many churches aren't like this. Right? But from the questions that I've seen is that some people are having trouble fellowshipping, which I think maybe that's even why maybe the Lord's doing something on, potentially even on the social media things like YouTube and even Twitch right here, where we can kind of fellowship with other believers, and there's always believers on, as you know. It's cool. And I feel like I'm wondering what like pastors think about that, right? I have been that way until now. That's why youth groups are amazing. Yeah, that is cool, huh? Yeah, so I wonder what pastors, what do you guys, if there's any pastors that listen to this, what do you guys think about that? We can't exhort one another daily if we aren't in fellowship with other believers, right? I mean, that would be an interesting question, right? To ask most believers, do you guys feel exhorted every single day, right? Okay, let's keep going. Paul prayed for an opportunity to see the believers in Rome, writing, "For I long to see you so I can bring you some spiritual gift that will help you grow strong in the Lord. When we get together, I want to encourage you in your faith, but I also want to be encouraged by yours." Wow, that's so crazy. Man, I've actually read this commentary a long time ago, and I'm rereading it. Dude, that is such a good one right there. When we get together, I want you to encourage you. And this is what Paul is saying, right? In Romans 1:11 through 12. When we get together, I want to encourage you in your faith, but I also want to be encouraged by yours. I feel like don't you meet those believers and you just like, I just feel the encouragement of, you're like, man, I was really down today, and just listening is just like, man, like, or just like maybe how they're bearing the fruits of the Spirit. I feel like that's one that when I meet certain believers, I go, wait a minute, I'm not bearing that part of the fruit of the Spirit. And they kind of remind me. I'm like, wow, I'm kind of reminded to be patient. I'm reminded to I'm reminded to, bear the fruits of the Spirit of love, joy, peace, patience, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, and self-control, right? And it's really cool because I wish every day I could just remember everything that I'm thinking, or I wish I could just remember all of God's word all the time. I wish all of this was just running through my mind. But I'm going to be honest, many times I just don't have it all in my mind. And when I meet other believers, I'm like reminded of them. I'm like, oh man, dude. Or like when I ask them like a verse, they always bring up some verse that I wasn't thinking about. I'm like, man, dude, that is so cool that you guys were thinking about that verse. Absolutely, yeah. When you get together, I want to be encouraged by yours. Okay, Romans 11 through 12. Mutual exhortation is the main purpose of Christian fellowship. 1 Thessalonians 2, 11 through 12, 1 Timothy 4, 13. In Acts 11, 22 through 23, the church at Jerusalem sent Barnabas, whose name means son of encouragement / exhortation, to inspire and fortify the believers in Antioch. When we arrived and we saw the grace of God had done, he was glad and encouraged them all to remain true to the Lord with all their hearts. Acts 11:23. Wow, this is actually a really long commentary. So if you guys remember, Barnabas. I did not remember that actually. Barnabas means son of encouragement. Man, I've actually never even met a Barnabas. Have you ever met a Barnabas? I've never met a person named Barnabas. I feel like that's a very strange name. But I guess that name means son of encouragement. Christians exhort one another daily through the exercise of spiritual gifts. In Romans 12, 3 through 8, Paul teaches that as members of Christ's body, we all belong to each other and therefore need one another. Out of the abundance of his grace, God gives us different gifts to build one another up. Indeed, one of these spiritual gifts is exhortation. Wow, what in the world? I've totally forgotten about that too. Bro, I can't believe I've just forgotten about all of these things. Bro, I've read this. I feel like I almost feel embarrassed that I'm pretty sure I've read this commentary 2 times already. I haven't even remembered some of the stuff, man. It's like, man, that's so brutal. I prayed for God to show me how to use my platform for his glory and surrounded me with people who are also seeking him. And he did it. It's awesome. I met a Bartholomew. Wow, Bartholomew. Bartholomew was the guy that got skinned alive, right? In terms of, I'm pretty sure he was how he got martyred, right? There's some gnarly artwork on that guy. But not a Barnabas. I've been wondering what my spiritual gift is. See, I guess same here, honestly. I've been kind of thinking that. I'm wondering, because the thing is that if we go into 1 Corinthians 12, which actually we are, it's kind of funny because we actually were in 1 Corinthians 12, or 1 Corinthians 13 right here. But I think what's interesting thinking about the spiritual gifts is that it says, it's this part right here about, because this actually goes into the spiritual gifts, right? And it's interesting right here where it says, all these are empowered by one and the same Spirit who apportions to each one individually as he wills, right? So it's strange because I guess like the Holy Spirit, he portions out our spiritual gift. Now I'm wondering, can you have multiple spiritual gifts? Sometimes I feel like I'm not just all one, right? Like I'm not just all like in this one thing. Because honestly, I feel like at the moment, it's kind of strange to think about, but it's like, it is, I haven't even really thought about the spiritual gifts, but it's strange that exhortation and encouragement is a spiritual gift. I mean, that's really cool to think about, right? Which verse is this one? This one is 1 Corinthians 12:11. We could read a little bit of this too. And there are varieties of service, but the same Lord, and there are varieties of activities, but it is the same God who empowers them all and everyone. To each is given the manifestation of the Spirit for the common good. For the one is given through the Spirit the utterance of wisdom, and to another the utterance of knowledge according to the same Spirit, to another faith by the same Spirit, to another gifts of healing by the one Spirit, to another working of miracles, to another prophecy, to another the ability to distinguish between spirits, to another various kinds of tongues, to another the interpretation of tongues. All these are empowered by one and the same Spirit who apportions to each one individually as he wills. So it's, I guess he apportions them out, right? It's kind of strange to think about, right? But hopefully, I feel like I honestly do think if the Holy Spirit is apportioning out these spiritual gifts upon the body of Christ, which we are part, if we earnestly think that the Lord is over the Lord over our lives, I would like to think that we are grafted into the Christ body in some degree. I'd like to think that maybe if the Holy Spirit is kind of apportioning these out, that hopefully we'd be using these gifts to edify and encourage one another. Okay, let's see. Where are we at here? I lost my... Okay, here we go. Let's keep going up in here. Paul teaches that as members of Christ's body, we all belong to each other and therefore need one another. Out of the abundance of his grace, God gives us different gifts to build one another up. Indeed, one of these spiritual gifts is exhortation. Paul urges the Corinthians to seek to excel in the gifts that will strengthen the whole church. 1 Corinthians 14:12. If we separate ourselves from the body, we will miss out on these gifts. In isolation, we leave ourselves vulnerable to temptation and spiritual attacks. Ecclesiastes 4:9-12. But when we stand alongside one another, we have great strength to overcome our enemy, the devil. 1 Peter 5:9. Okay, my leg's falling asleep up in here. Together we can better support one another in the spiritual battle. Galatians 6:1. Prayer is another way we can exhort one another daily. Paul gives us many examples of faith-building prayers. And there's a lot of verses right there. I can't name them all, but you guys can look at them right there. Ephesians, 2 Thessalonians, Romans, and Colossians. We can also exhort one another daily by speaking words of life and truth. Colossians 3:16, 1 Thessalonians 4:18, Romans 14:4. Our words hold tremendous power. both to destroy and restore lives. Proverbs 18:21. Paul cautions us to speak only what will build and benefit others. Wow, I've totally forgotten that. That's actually a pretty crazy one. Paul cautions us to speak only what will build up and benefit others. Wow. Huh. I mean, man, it's actually really crazy to think about. Man, I feel like I do not do that. I'm going to be honest. No, I mean, I'd like to think that I'm practicing to do that right now, but a lot of times, I'm going to be honest. A lot of times, I feel like I don't even think, oh well, am I encouraging anybody? Am I building others up when they're listening to me? I honestly think the more I stream, the more I'm getting a little bit more aware of that. But which I guess maybe that's what these Bible studies can maybe be a good practice of, right? I think that's the interesting thing about doing these Bible studies. Even though I'm just I didn't write this right here, right? But I think even in the sense of reading what these people wrote in this commentary, in some sense, they're encouraging me to practice. Here we go. Do not let any unwholesome talk come out of your mouths, but only what is helpful for building others up, according to their needs, that it may benefit those who listen. Ephesians 4:29. Now, I guess that's the other thing, is how do I know if it's actually even benefiting people? Because sometimes I feel like my words are just kind of just like, I don't know, right? Hopefully it would be benefiting to some people. I guess it's where we can be thinking about as benefiting maybe the Great Commission or something like that. Life and death are in the power of the tongue. That's so true. I've been learning that. That reminds me of James, how James goes into the power of the tongue and of our words, right? Holy moly, this is a long commentary. I thought this one was going to be a little easier today, but I guess not. Paul's protege, Timothy, was tasked as a young pastor with the responsibility of exhorting his flock through preaching and teaching of God's word, correcting, rebuking, exhorting with great patience and careful instruction. 2 Timothy 4:2 and 1 Timothy 4:13. While pastors have a unique obligation to exhort the body of Christ, Hebrews 13:7 and 17, every Christian ought to look out for fellow believers who might be struggling in the faith. We are all called to come alongside one another for mutual encouragement, instruction, comfort, support in our Christian walk. 1 Thessalonians 5:14 and 2 Corinthians 1:4. Holy moly. That was a very long commentary up in there. Now I'm kind of wondering, what are some other ways that we can encourage other believers? Because I know they brought up a lot of, prayer. Our words can be an encouragement. Meeting together. So those are 3. I'm wondering, I guess there's 3. Let's see here. It's definitely beneficial to others, whether you see it or not. I guess that is an interesting one, right? Okay, let's see here. Hopefully it will be benefiting. Let's actually just look up something kind of cheesy, and we're just going to look up words that can encourage people. Words that can encourage people. I know this seems kind of like common sense, but the one that I always say is just keep it up, or keep planting seeds of faith. I always say that one, but we're just gonna look up some cheesy ones right up in here. Give it a try, go for it, why not? It's worth a shot. What are you waiting for? What do you have to lose? You might as well just do it. It's kind of funny because isn't that what Nike uses? Maybe that's why Nike did that thing. Isn't that what Nike says? Or it says something like that, right? So maybe that's an interesting thing, is how can we just encourage people right on the spot, anybody that we meet, right? Now, something that they didn't go into is, I'm wondering, another thing I'm kind of thinking about is they didn't really go into, when we meet unbelievers at times, what are some ways we can encourage other people to the faith or something like that, right? Let's see here. What other ones we got up? I guess let's just click on this one. This is the very first thing that comes up. Because I think that's actually a good way to have enthusiasm. That's another thing they didn't go into today in the commentary, is I feel like our enthusiasm, maybe we can't, because I would like to say, I wish everybody could have all the time, right? And we could just listen into everybody and have all the words that we could say to everybody. But sometimes a lot of people don't have the time to do that, right? They don't have the time to put all that energy into everybody, right? So I am thinking that maybe another way to be of an encouragement is just to have like just enthusiasm, just of how we're responding to people, how we're kind of and maybe not even just enthusiasm, but also just the emotional control, so we don't get frustrated or we don't get upset when we're actually talking to somebody and stuff like that. That's what I'm thinking of anyway. So let's see here. What other ones we got up in here? I'm just on this cheesy website right now. There you go. Keep up the good work. Keep it up. Good job. I'm so proud of you. I've never really used that one before. Hang in there. Don't give up. Keep pushing. Keep fighting. Stay strong. Never give up. Never say die. Come on, you can do it. These are very cheesy, but I feel like there's a way we could take these and also think about encouraging others, right? I think in most cases, I feel like even if you were to, I'm going to be honest, I honestly feel like if you were to take any single one of these things and you just said that to it, like even just any streamer right now, I honestly think they'd be like, man, thank you for that. I feel like most people would be like, no, I do not like what you just said right there, something like that, right? Okay, let's see here. Words of encouragement and motivation. Well, there's a lot of ones. I don't know which one I should. Yeah, my go-to words. Mine is always this one. I'll say, I just always go like this: keep planting and watering seeds of faith. I always put that one. I feel like that one's just such a good one, right? Because that one I feel like kind of goes into the Great Commission a little bit, but it's not really overtly saying go into the Great Commission. And well, I guess it kind of is because we're planting seeds of faith, hopefully. Well, that was kind of a hard Bible study today. It's weird because I feel like they should go into a little bit more on ways we could do this. Now we are kind of going into now in a strange topic, me thinking about encouraging others and thinking about the body of Christ, but I'm also thinking about relatability, right? I feel like many times when we befriend somebody, not all the time, by the way, but I think most cases when we see somebody with a relatable trait or something like that, we're a little bit more prone to maybe being their friend or something like that. And I'm wondering if God places people in the body of Christ in different areas for maybe even just a little bit of relatability, right? Even just a smudge of relatability, right? Because, man, I meet so many different believers in so many different things, right? I'm wondering if God does that so we can maybe be a little bit more relatable to maybe people that aren't in the faith or something like that. I feel like it was a great conversation with great questions. Yeah, this one was hard though. This one basically challenged me the entire day because it's weird because I've actually done this Bible study like twice already, and it's odd because it's still hard for me because I'm like, man, there's so much stuff that like I haven't remembered. There's so many things I don't even think about, and also I'm thinking about how can we. Another thing that they didn't really go into is how can we encourage people that might be hurting, because many times, I guess that kind of even goes into a whole nother level too, because many times we actually don't know if somebody is hurting, right? Many times we don't know if somebody's sad or if they're angry or they're envious or jealous or they're frustrated or something. Sometimes you can tell, right? But many times you can't tell. And I think maybe that might even be something to think about exhorting one another every single day, and just maybe keeping that in, if we can hopefully keep that in our minds, because maybe having that exhortation, that edification, that enthusiasm potentially, maybe you can help to heal, even if it's not even like you're healing their entire mind or something, but maybe you just bring it up just one little notch. Instead of bringing that person that's already feeling bad one step lower, maybe we should think about, okay, at least we got a little bit. We just took one little step forward instead of taking them 2 steps back or something like that and making them even more frustrated. Yeah, especially when they can relate to your testimony. Yeah, very true, huh? Yeah, it's very odd. I want to read actually another commentary, but we're already an hour in here. So if you guys want to get into a pretty gnarly verse, this verse is pretty gnarly right in here. How are we to exhort one another daily? Let's just look at that word right now. Let's look at exhort Bible definition. Maybe we can find a little bit more on what exhort means. I'm going to go into the AV 1611, exhort. What does exhort mean? Now, this is the KJV. I know some people don't like this one, but I do like reading the definition of the KJV. It's interesting. Exhort, exhorter, encourage, to embolden. I like that, embolden. To cheer, wow. To advise. The primary sense seems to be to excite or to give strength, spirit, or... Dude, that's so much different. It's so crazy. Dude, see, that's another thing that kind of like... Dude, it's so strange for me to say this, but it's actually like... What's the word? It's like baffling to me, because I'm like, man, I feel like just reading the KJV definition of exhort has given me a little bit of a different understanding, right? Man, to excite, to give strength, spirit, or courage. I mean, even thinking about that, to excite. I mean, man, that makes me think about just even maybe our how we go about. I mean, that even just makes me think about enthusiasm, right? Because I don't know about you, but sometimes, like, I have been in situations where, things can get kind of boring, right? Where just because, like, someone was just like they were like, and I'm not saying, because I know some people have medical issues and stuff like that, but sometimes it's like when it's very like, when they're very just tired and they're just like, they're just like, it's almost like they don't even want to do it either. It's just kind of like, man, it's like, it kind of makes you kind of feel, man, this is like, it kind of makes you, it's almost like how they speak kind of goes out into the ether or something like that, right? But that one kind of makes me think about that, to excite or to give strength, spirit or courage, to incite by words or advice, to animate or urge by arguments to a good deed or any laudable conduct or course of action. I exhort you to be of good cheer, Acts 27. Young men also exhort to be sober-minded, to advise, warn, or caution. Exhortation. The act or practice of exhorting, the act of inciting to laudable deeds. Incitement to which is good or commendable. The form of words intended to incite and encourage, to advise and counsel. I think that's encouraging for me. I like to be around people that encourage people. So, you guys are out there, try to encourage people. That's basically the Bible says today, right? Well, this is actually something that we're supposed to do every single day. Isn't that so crazy, right? Let me put that verse in here again. Hebrews 3:13. But exhort one another every day as long as it is called today, that none of you may be hardened by the deceitfulness of sin. Man, something the commentary, now I think, when I reread that verse, something the commentary didn't go into is like, man, I've met a bunch of people that unfortunately have left the faith. They kind of like totally strayed away, like they want nothing to do with the faith anymore. And it's like, man, when I think about this verse right here, I just go, well, maybe they weren't exhorted every day. It's like, I don't know, right? It's like, man. Anyway. Well, let's do a card draw. Let's see what we draw today. Man, today's Bible study is brutal. But hopefully we learned something, everybody. I wish we can just kind of we can learn a little bit more, because sometimes I don't even know if I'm doing this stuff right. Am I exhorting every day? I don't know. I'd like to think I'm trying to, but. Let's do a card draw, and we'll see what the artwork. This can also help not to be jealous or envious. Yeah, that is true, right? Yeah. That is very true. Yeah, jealousy and envy can rot the bones. I wish I could just heal everybody of every negative emotion. I think that would be really cool. Imagine you could do that. Imagine if you could just go anywhere and you just start healing people of just every negative emotion, right? That'd be really cool. I mean, I know it probably seems impossible to do that, right? But I think that'd be really cool, right? Let's see what we draw. I kind of wish they went into a little bit more real life examples of how we could do these things. Like even the commentary, it'd be cool if they were like, oh, well, you could use technology to do it this way or something like that. All right, we're going to do a card draw. Let's see what we draw today. First card of the day. I got an island. And that thing's cool. It's possible because Christ's strength. Man, that would be a cool place to ride right there. Number 2, angelic armaments. This makes me think of Hebrews 13:2. And also makes me think about the story of Daniel and how Daniel was known to be a man of prayer, and angels actually answered his prayers. Actually odd to think about. Number 3, Amara Shepherd. Amara Shepherd. Number 4, abundance. Isn't there a verse on abundance? I think that's why I put this card in here. Let's look that up right now. I'm actually curious now. I'm pretty sure that's why I put that card in there. I think abundance, Bible verse. It's so weird. I can't remember. I'm pretty sure there's a verse that brings up abundance, but I can't remember it. Something about, man, I can't remember the verse. Let's see here. What does the Bible say about abundance? Okay, here we go. Abundance. Oh, wow, there's a bunch of verses on abundance. Ephesians 3:13, now to him who is able to do far more abundantly than we ask or think, according to the power at work within us. The thief comes only to steal and kill and destroy. I came that they may have life and have it abundantly. Interesting, huh? That's talking about like Satan right there, right? The thief comes only to steal, kill, and destroy. What other ones up in here? Abundance. This one. But the meek shall inherit the land and delight themselves in abundant peace. What one's up in here? There's actually a lot of verses that kind of bring this up. Interesting. That's why I put it in there. That's why I put this card in there, because this has abundance. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Forest. Ooh, we got Entish Restoration. That's cool. Seven. Got Faith's Shield. That reminds me of Ephesians 6 on the armor of God. For the last card of the day, ooh, Spirit of the Hearth. Cat Spirit. This reminds me of Proverbs 28:1. Man, that thing was cool. And that is the hand of the day, everybody. It was very challenging Bible study. This Bible study was actually very challenging today. Some days are pretty easy, but for some reason, like lately I feel like I haven't been remembering as much as I should, which is weird. I don't know why. I'm gonna be honest, I honestly feel like I've done a lot of these Bible studies, and I feel like I should have remembered way more than I actually read. It kind of makes me think, how much do I even remember of all this stuff, right? Okay, well, I guess if there's anything, maybe we can encourage people with this one as well, of how to maybe plant some more seeds, or to share and put some fish hooks for the Lord, maybe. Some fishing lines for the Lord. So what we're going to do is we are going to make a little Twitter post thing, and we're going to share the stream right here, and then people can join in. And you should do this too, I am Pebblies, because I've learned this. It's actually, that's the whole ironic thing. I actually learned this from many other believers, but they went on the Twitter thing. By the way, I just kind of spam this Twitter thing, so I don't know if anybody out here should even follow this one, because I just spam these things basically. But what we're going to do is we're going to take the drawing that we did yesterday, this one right here, and you guys don't need to do that either. Some of the believers that I saw, what they'll do is they'll just put a verse in there and then put the link of the Twitch and stuff like that. But I'm going to put drawing from yesterday's stream, or drawing from yesterday, yeah, from yesterday's stream, inspired by Luke 9:23. I'm live right now. If anyone wants to share verses, to ask questions, or share verses. So then we're going to type that in there. Now we're going to go into this very stream, and we're going to get the link from it. Just like this. And you don't have to just do it on Twitter too. I know there's a bunch of people that will just do it every way. They do it on Instagram, they do it on Reddit, a whole bunch of other things. But right now we're just doing it on this one because we don't have that much time. So then we put a link to this one in here. Then we're going to put two little things like that. And then now we go here. We go to our hashtags, which this one actually might help you too. I am Pebblies, and anybody that's watching this, even if you're not a believer, this will help you out because I've learned this from many different people. But what they do is they see all these are all different hashtags, but these are just on my notes right here. And so I have tons. Just look at all these hashtags. Dude, we have so many different hashtags right now that I have saved up in here. I have hashtags for different things, different posts, different types of posts, all sorts of stuff. I have one specifically for Twitter, for the BMX stream, for all sorts of different stuff, right? And then what we're going to go on this one, we're going to go on to this one right here. This is our BMX artwork hashtags thing. And then all you have to do, instead of having to write all of them down every single time, all we have to do is just go like this. Do that, copy that entire thing, copy, and then you just go paste like this. Now I have to actually get rid of 30 of these because I put too many. So we're going to get rid of some of these. So let's get rid of some of these ones. couple more. There we go. Just like this, and we're going to post it. And that's just how you do it. And you guys can copy that exact same thing, because I've learned this from other believers. Which I guess they encouraged me to do this. I mean, I think that's the whole hilarious thing now. It's so funny that I learned this from other believers, and I guess I would like to say they encouraged me to do it, even though they didn't specifically tell me to do it. I just saw that they were doing it, and now I'm doing it. And so now, hopefully, I'm encouraging other people to do it. Oh, that's hilarious, huh? Yeah, well, you get it like that, and then you can just click that link and come to the stream. But you could also do it with Bible verses, right? So we also do this with Bible verses. Now the parable is this: the seed is the word of God, and you can just put it in there, and it's really cool. And you could do it kind of fast, and it's not too hard. And now that was this was the very strange Bible study, everybody. So I hope you guys have learned something, and hopefully God can be glorified in whatever we're doing. Right now I'm just kind of experimenting. Oh yeah, here's the other thing I was thinking about yesterday. I didn't actually bring it up yesterday because I know yesterday we went into a Bible study on social anxiety. Now the thing is that I always like to think what the commentaries don't really bring up. But sometimes, people can be kind of introverted and stuff, right? Sometimes people aren't good with words and stuff like that, right? So I was, thinking, what are some ways, if you were very, introverted, or maybe you don't want to use your words, or maybe you might have a speech impediment. Maybe you can't even talk. Maybe you don't even know vocabulary. You don't, Well, I think this might be a way to do it, right? You can just take some chalk. I literally found this piece of chalk in the street, and I grabbed it. And this could be a way to do it, right? Or maybe you could just go like this, or maybe, you can even maybe put a little verse in here like this, like Luke 8:11. Now, I'm saying to do it with chalk, by the way, because I don't want you guys to get in trouble, because I know if you were to do this potentially with a marker or a spray paint can, you would probably could get in trouble for doing that. So probably you don't want to do that. But the thing about chalk, which I don't know, can you get in trouble for chalk? I don't think you can, right? Because this stuff, look, you can, you can, it goes away. I feel like you can't get in trouble for that. I don't actually know. Look up the laws in your area. I don't want to get any of you guys in trouble, but this could potentially be a way. If you do not want to, if you don't want to use your words, something like that, or you're scared or something, this is something where you could do it by yourself. And potentially, imagine you did this at a park or something like that, or maybe a crowded area where it gets a lot of foot traffic or something like that, right? You never know. You might be able to share a cross, you might be able to share a verse or something with somebody, and you might be able to plant that little seed of faith to hopefully grow into a seed, which will hopefully grow into other seeds. And maybe we can continue to keep growing and planting God's word in people's hearts. Like this. That's funny, huh? I need to get some more chalk, by the way. We are going to get some more chalk, by the way, because I feel like that is a good one to do. Now we're going to ride our bike, everybody. And we're going to ride our bike, and hopefully we can land something. Actually, not even hopefully we can land something. You know what I'm going to start doing? I think what I'm going to start doing, I'm just going to straight up just start doing stuff that I am not good at. Which is a lot of tricks at the moment that I'm not good at. Okay. Let's do this.
we're gonna check our PSI. We're gonna put some music on, and we're gonna shred the tubes now, everybody. See, it's not that hard to do Bible study, right? I mean, it's kind of awkward. I mean, that's the most hardest part about it, but that's just the hardest part about these Bible studies. It's just the awkwardness of it, I guess. But is it really that hard? I mean, I guess it's kind of hard to think of stuff like that, but in terms of physical taxation, I don't think it's that challenging. Right? What are we going to do now? Now we're going to put some music on. So, do that. I'm going to put this over here. I'm also going to, I think what I'm going to start doing is I might just put this up here so I can see the camera or something like that. I guess I'll just put it over here. Now we're going to go to BMX. There's 4 people in. No, we're not. We're just going to go fitness and health. Let's go. By the way, anybody watching the stream, you guys do not need to watch the stream as well. I just want to lay that out there. I need to start telling people that too, because sometimes I feel like I'm just wasting people's time. So I apologize, anybody, if I'm wasting your time. You don't have to watch this stream. But I do appreciate you even just taking the time. I mean, that's actually pretty crazy to think about too. We're just going to be sitting here practicing. You know what? I'm going to do a stream marker right there for this little chalk drawing, and we could share it with people. You don't want to do a Bible study. You don't even have to share it. You may do a drawing like that. I'm trying to think. What are ways we can encourage people in all aspects? Yeah, we're going to the stream here. I'm going to make a stream marker right now. So we're going to if anybody wants to know how we do the stream markers and how I get my clips and stuff like this, you go to your stream manager. You click this button right here. And then see this one right here? It's actually, I will say this is kind of confusing. They don't do a very good job at this. I actually don't even know what some of these actually do. But I do know that this one right here is your stream marker. And if you press that one, see how it says stream marker added? Sometimes you want to put 2 so you really know that you put one in there. And so I put a stream marker there so when I look back at it, I want to get this like chalk drawing thing again. Let's do this. We can go into the lands. Hopefully we can encourage people to get bicycles as well. Because I feel like the bicycle, you can go into the lands and maybe plant more seeds. But I guess you don't need a bicycle anyway too. That's the other thing. You guys don't need to draw. You guys don't need to ride a bike. Just share God's word. I mean, that's the Great Commission right there. But hopefully, if you can give God glory in whatever we're doing, maybe we can be better stewards of what God has given us. And maybe, hopefully, help His kingdom out in some way. We're gonna start the stream off with some fire hydrants. Some people call this the fire whip, which I know it sounds weird because it's actually a short term for fire hydrant. Which, what do fire hydrants do? Fire hydrants water things, right? That's what we're gonna try. It's basically the multiple tail up thing. I got tired. Maybe I'll put out a stream marker, but I always just do those tricks. Like, I need to just stop doing those tricks. But I guess we might do a stream marker right there. I said I wanted to work on tricks I'm not good at. So I guess it'd be long multi-fire hydrants, or lots of multiple fire hydrants. And then double-footed tricks, backwards manuals, grinds, funky chicken tail whip. Yeah, I need to start working on the weaknesses more. So the double-footed ones I think is very important. So even though it seems really boring to learn these ones, it probably seems so boring to people, but the thing is, I don't know what I am doing. Dude, for some reason, man, I don't know if it's just my mind or something, but double-footed tricks are so hard, man. Like, there's so many little levels to it. Because, like, basically, if you're doing a manual, basically anything where you take your foot off like this, you have all that range to correct it, right? So you, like, really correct it, right? But if you're just doing a double-footed trick, your range is right here, so it's like the littlest twitch, like it just like throws it all off. It just looks so easy, but it's hard. I think the other thing that makes it hard, I feel like going in a straight line double foot is way easier because if you're going in a straight line and you're doing a double foot trick, all you have to do is put exact equal weight on your feet. But I think that's what makes the double-footed circle tricks hard, is you actually have to put more weight on the foot that is leaning down, and that's what makes it weird, I think. Or I'm just going crazy. probably going a little crazy now. I might be in a crazy level now. Or I don't know if it's just hard for me or I'm just going crazy. Something messed up now. Where are my tools at? Let's tighten this thing. For some reason this thing comes loose. I don't know why. Let me just land one bar small like this. I think it'd be not that challenging to do it just bar small, but it feels pretty different. I guess we did kind of learn it though. Be sick on that. Just right in. We can change the angle of all this. I'm gonna start doing that more, right? Plays the Bible studies. Kind of want the Bible studies like. of doing it. We bad at that. Super loose. Everything's loose. I'm gonna put it in a different angle. What angle should we put this in? I mean, maybe this angle might even be better. Putting it over here. It's hard to like capture the entire garage. Let's put it in a little spot. There we go. What I might have to start doing is I might have to start having this. Look at you can do it. Why not get this one? Oh, we're trying backwards now. Yeah, let's put the BMX video on. How about that? Put the BMX video on.
Yeah, the backwards manual is a good one to learn. There's a lot of combos in that one. Both flatland and regular, not flatland.
I've never done a hard 180 before. It's kind of strange. We need to work on things we're not good at. So that's what we're going for. I'll go back to the funky chicken tail. Let's see here. Let's go to this playlist. He almost landed. Oh, that was close. That was a close one. Oh, I almost got a rack right there. I think you just have to go super slow. Oh, where did that rip? Oh. Where did this go? Let's see, is this one? Yeah, this one's copyright free. Playlist is like gone. Darn, I got rid of that playlist. We listened to it so much. It's not here anymore. No. Oh well. Oh wait, it's right here. I found it. They got rid of one of them, I think. It's hard. of water. Oh my goodness, this is loose. Holy moly. For how long have I been riding this loose like this? Holy moly, this one's loose too.
is like a symphony. Every note, every chord, every instrument creates an incredible melody of power and possibility. But then,
look at we're outside. Thanks to the weather. Let me go outside. Go outside. Move up in here. Water, a little bit of water. And this thing. Might rain those. I guess we can just play the music on the computer. So that's what we're gonna do. Black cat, black cat, black cat. Oh. What the heck was that? That was part of my brakes that I broke. Oh, I forgot I gotta bring this too. Where is it? Doo-doo-doo. Doo-doo-doo. some reason there's a bunch of ants over here. Look to the ants. Something about sluggers. We need to look to the ants. Push this over here. Turn off these. And we're just going to put some music on. Ugh. Let's see here. What was our history? Copyright music. I should turn this down.
It's not even that far, but see, we'd like beat 3 now. Just do it as like a game. Very inside. Right when the sunset hit, oh man.
Oh, ants everywhere.
Ooh, this is the downside. seconds, eh?
Okay. Maybe I should just start drawing more homeless people. Chill playlist right here. Man, I barely even landed anything on my bike today. I don't know if I should just draw right now. Maybe I should just draw. I barely even landed. I guess I landed a triple crank backwards manual thing. Huh, that's a cool DIY.
This is a good playlist. I need to save this one. Wow, this is a 3-hour playlist. Holy moly. And listen to reggae. And then, yeah, I guess. Today is just a chill day. Let's see if we could do a no-handed line.
Maybe you landed something.
Forgot my wallet.
There's a no-handed trick of the day. I was gonna keep going, but the commercial messed me up.
Endless dinner options. DoorDash.
You. I think we're gonna go draw. That was our try to land one no-hander combo a day. That was the goal. Guess we could draw now. Maybe we could draw a Paladin Knight. Oh, I mean, we could draw a trend. A good draw now. Let's draw. Try to draw homicide. Those guys are hard to draw. I'm going to take a break. Continue your slideshow up. See you next video. was not easy on the bike. Let's see here. I don't know what to watch. Sheep documentary. Oh, we should watch Pedal.
Ride.
We're right back. I owned my first bike when I was 8 years old in Florida. Maybe I owned a tricycle before that, but I don't remember it. But it was an awesome bike. It was like a red Schwinn something. I had a blind dog that used to chase me on that bike. This dog loved me so much that he couldn't even see me, but he could only chase me by hearing. It was on a gravel road, and I used to like tear ass down this gravel road. And I always loved riding. I always loved riding. Like when I first started messengering in '88, I knew probably that that's what I was supposed to be doing. I could feel when I was riding and making money that that's what I was supposed to do, and it is what I'm supposed to do. And no matter what the society does to me, if I've been in mental institutions, I've been in drug rehabs, I've been in prisons, I'll lie in bed, I'll think about riding. I'll have dreams where I'm riding. I'll hear the sound of traffic coming by, and I'll feel sad that I'm not part of that flow, if I'm not part of that flow. I love to ride. It's what I do.
I rode from about 1982, 83 to about 93. I rode about 10 years, and I started this place, Mother's Messengers, back in 92. And so soon after that, I was off the road. Within 2 years, I was off the road, and messengers were, other messengers were doing that, and I was back now in the office at that point. Yes, I could.
The whole idea is quick turnover. The faster we can go with packages, the faster we can get out of packages, and the more money people make.
Well, someone calls in, they want something picked up from wherever they want it picked up, and whatever it is, and they want it brought to wherever they want it going by whatever time they want it, and we charge them accordingly. In other words, like if you wanted to send an envelope from Midtown to Midtown with no particular rush, within an hour and a half, 2 hours, it's a $7 run. We send somebody out to go get it. And usually our guys are out there already. So we have them on radios, we have them on beepers. So we just get in touch with whoever's in that area and let them knock it out.
Yo, Steve, smoke.
For Business Week, 1221 Avenue of, 43rd floor, Triple Rush to Focus. Alright, rock and roll.
Okay, rock and roll. Triple, it's time, bro.
Okay,
170 G-U-N-G-L-E-E.
the answer to your question, my question was no. 70s 12th is called by Susan. Messengers work on commission. To make decent money, you have to make 25 runs a day, which is a lot of hustling, and that'll guarantee you at least $100 a day. Messengering, people call up and everybody wants everything done like yesterday. So you just try to sort out the real yesterdays from the fake yesterdays.
Skeletor.
My name is Skeletor. Going 56th Street now. Last name is that's my name, Skeletor. That's my nickname. Master of the Universe, Skeletor. My name is Will Lopez. William Lopez. Ready? From the Bronx. I'm going that way. Here I go. Now, so. I'm 10 years doing this. I come from Rochester. Here we go.
Uh,
10 years doing this, bro. I'm telling you, 10 years, bro. You can't keep up with me, nobody out here. Look at the legs, man. 10 years, kid. Yeah. Now I'm on the phone right now for a call. They beat me for a call. I'm on the beat. It's a call. And there's a 911. Yeah, it's a pickup, right? It's a pickup. I'm gonna see where the pickup is going to right now. It's a pickup. Here we go. Pick it up. Skeletor. Pick up on rush. On. And that's coming from Joe Popusky. And it's going to 1619 Broadway. I gotta go. It's a rush. I gotta go. I gotta leave you alone now. And I'm on the go, baby.
Alright, let's do this.
Yeah.
drug addict and they want to have lots of money to spend on drugs on the weekend. Or it could be that they have children and they want to support their kids. It could be that they can't stand being inside their fucking four walls all day and feeling like a prisoner. Did I say rent? Did I mention rent? It could be that they like to eat because, well, let's see, I've been messaging since 1988. Basically, I know how to either dispatch, ride, or pick up cans or sell stolen goods. I don't really like picking up cans because beer spills all over you and then you smell like a wicked alcoholic. I don't really like selling stolen goods because first you have to steal them and that's a stress that's worse than
4,
riding.
5, 6.
I don't like welfare because it's nothing. It's nothing.
What's up, Dino?
I am faced with the
How goes it, bro?
ride or die. I mean, I'm not gonna die riding. I'm way past even.
How goes it, man?
About ever getting smashed. I mean, yeah, maybe my hand will get broken, maybe, but I'm not gonna die. I'm not doing this.
Well, this guy's a believer right here. Evangelist.
I'm actually doing 2 jobs at the same time. Most importantly, I'm trying to get this message across to the world. The most important message has to do with the Lord Jesus. That is for everybody to repent, be dedicated to the Lord Jesus.
1, 2, 3.
My second job, which is less important, is that I'm working as a bike courier. As you can see from the front of my jacket, the bike, the flag on the bike, and the back of my vest, I'm trying to get a message across. Check it out. Look at the back of my jacket.
It's going for sure. What are you up to, man? You've been motivating people? I hope you've been motivating people. Man, these drawings, I'm trying to do like the least of these drawings. These ones are always hard.
That's the Devil's building right there. 666. That's the Devil's building. You know, I had a delivery there a couple of days ago. And as I was walking upstairs, I felt a strong conviction in my heart, saying, why am I in this building? I'm a Christian. Jesus! How you doing, Jesus? Give me a blessing. That's good.
Today's been hard.
As I was walking inside the building, I felt this
Honestly, like
feeling in my heart.
Bible study was hard, riding was hard. Hopefully the drawings, I actually think the drawing's gonna be hard too.
He said to me, what are you doing in this building, man? It's the Devil's building. And I felt terrible. I felt really bad. When I came out of there, my whole day just fell apart. I bet everything just went off whack. Because I usually got like this set routine of things I want to do for the day. And my day
Now some days are just like, they're chilling, you know, everything's working out. Today's one of those hard days.
the whole day was shot.
No worries.
I had to repent and everything. For walking in there and not refusing to take that delivery.
This one's gonna be challenging. Maybe I should just do a normal character.
Or that might be too extreme. I could have just told him, hey, I'm not going to that building.
Yeah, it wouldn't be fun. Definitely, it wouldn't be fun without the challenge, huh? That's a good reminder right there.
Wrong way. What I'll say is, give me another run.
You work in New York City, you've mastered this profession. Because there's guys in this city that are just fucking phenomenal. I mean, phenomenal. You'd think by first sight that they were the biggest fucking losers you ever set eyes on.
My bad for the cursing in this. But
Every day.
this is about bike messengers.
They're doing a
Man, how do I...
worth of work in a day because they have mastered the addresses, the cross streets, and the moves better than anybody else in any other city. Any city. I don't care what city thinks that it's the best. You go to London, they're taking you on immediately.
You know the least of these verses? I just don't know how to do that.
You could go anywhere else and say, oh, I'm going to go messenger there.
Let's do that.
I guarantee that once New York City is inside your blood, there's nothing like coming
Let's see here. Let's just turn on music.
This is shit. That's all I gotta say.
How do we draw the least of these? It's hard. Maybe I should just do an easier one.
The lure of danger is very enticing for a messenger in New York City. Nothing is ever going to compare to what you do.
How do we do this? Because I'm also having to think, how do we encourage people? I feel like if I drew this one, it would almost look kind of like, lazy or something. Maybe we'll just do another shepherd one. You know, the least of these, actually, I think the homeless people are some of the hardest ones to draw. The shepherds are hard to draw, but the homeless people are really, really hard to draw. Yeah, I mean, we could maybe do another one with like a cart. Because I've also been thinking about like envy and all that. So let's do a different one. It's kind of funny, actually. The Bible study yesterday, I started talking about like how what's weird about streaming is you could just like see all the mistakes people make, you know? And almost like feel that's what happened today. This is super hard today.
There's nothing like it. There's nothing in the whole world like it.
My name's Mark Szabo. I'm a New York City taxi cab driver.
Okay, let's try a different thumbnail. I'm trying not to waste paper anymore, so...
Thousands upon thousands of taxi bikes. They're dangerous. They drive against lights. They hit pedestrians.
We'll start with our line of action.
Cars like you're supposed to mind what they're doing. They're a menace. They need to be trained. They need to be licensed. And they need to get tickets just like everybody else. Yeah, you guys. Gotta watch you guys.
Okay, so let's do her.
The battle is so bad that it's like a battle of cars.
1,
I know the
2,
bicycle has no protection.
3,
Yeah.
4,
I'll block him off.
5,
I won't give him
6,
any respect.
7,
And if I can cut in front of him, I'll cut in
7
front of
and a
him.
half.
Because he created that kind of situation. Just like anything else that's created. Maybe there's just too many people. It's too crowded. I really don't know. But
1, 2, 3, 4.
I mean, I've cut off a poor bike where afterwards I thought, imagine if I would have hit him. I could have killed him. I could have killed him.
Alright, we're watching something else. I realized I had that on that is a break thing. Let's watch the BMX videos. And go over here. Actually, I know what to watch. We're gonna watch Animal Can I Eat? It would be a perfect video to watch. Without the music, though. There's a lot of copyrighted music, but this would be a perfect one and somewhat inspired, which got me thinking. And I need to look up some music. Let's find some music real quick. Okay, let's watch. What music should we listen to? Let's listen to this. Okay, so I'm kind of inspired by this image right here, I'm going to be honest. This is a BMX video called Can I Eat? Look at that. Look at all that stuff. That guy is gnarly. Gnarly. Now, I think this is an interesting one. If I were to ask most people, would you guys be used to this guy? Right? I think most people would be the opposite. They'd almost be like think this guy was crazy or something, right? Now, it's kind of weird. I'm wondering, like, in some weird level, is this guy actually healing envy and jealousy? I don't know. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7 and a half. 3, 4, 5. Wait a minute. That doesn't make sense. I feel like I messed this up a little bit. Oh wait, that's why, because this actually needs to be like that. Okay, there we go. Let's get our other pencil. This one. Oh, I forgot this one broke. Darn. Oh, luckily I have the. Where's the other one? This one is going to be challenging. I can already tell this one's going to be hard. How do we heal envy and jealousy in people? But I have been working on this old computer. I got it working, so that's exciting. It's awesome, man. My dad's had to fix his computer lately. I am not good with computer stuff. I will tell you that right now. Basically what we have down so far is we have a Bible. We got this guy. He's got a big old beard or something. I don't know what this guy's gonna really look like. And then there'll be a shopping cart. Man, it's really, I'm going to be flat out honest, it's really strange drawing homeless people. It's like super just weird. People think it's weird. It's hard. It's just, it's awkward. But also it's like, I don't know. I'm trying to like help them out somehow, but maybe this guy will have some wings. This is what we got so far. I guess the interesting thing is we could just put a bunch of stuff in there. I did want to add a bike in here too, like he has a bike as well. Stretch. All right. I got you. Thank you for that. You play any video games, Dino?
What video games you playing, bro? I'm gonna be honest, this is like my video game right here. This is like pen and paper RPG right here. I guess I could put a bike right here behind him. Oh, what if he had... Oh, I got it. I got it, everybody. What if this is like a cart? What if this is a shopping cart like that? And then he has a bike, like right here. And it's connected to the bike. Like he's recycling. Oh, I think we got something, everybody. Because that way we could kind of go with like helping the planet out. Dude, this one's gonna be weird. You play WoW? I ask everybody that. You play WoW? You play WoW, bro? Okay, let's put the... We can put the Bible verse right here. Alright, I think this is it, everybody. Can you see this? Do you... Can anybody see what I'm about to draw right here? That is... I wish I could just say that this is the drawing. We're done with the stream, everybody. That's it. We're closing it off. Just kidding. No, but now we're gonna try and figure out how to... Now, I'm gonna be honest. This is probably one of the most challenging parts with the thumbnail, is sticking to the thumbnail. Because many times, like, when you go into it, you're like, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this, right? That's the hardest part about these thumbnails. I think a long time ago, I used to play a lot of WoW. This is actually a very stream that you're watching, Dinah. This actually used to be a WoW stream. It probably doesn't seem like it, but this very stream that you are watching, I literally have my old streams still saved on my stream right here. I literally streamed WoW for like an entire year, but nobody would watch it because like my computer's kind of a potato. So look at that thumbnail, man. I'm drawing these thumbnails. It's almost, I mean, I guess it's not exactly a thumbnail, but it's pretty small for sure. Okay, let's try and build this one up. I'm trying also not to waste paper, so I was almost going to do this one today. This is the one we did yesterday. That's the one we're doing today. So let's see here. Let's put these back up on here. Let me find some paper real quick. Where is the paper? Oh, here we go. Boom. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get another. You've been meeting any other... Wow, that was a cool trick that guy just did. You've been meeting any other Christian streamers? There are a bunch of Christian streamers. You should start... When are you going to start streaming, Dino? I feel it is time, Dino. Alrighty. Okay, let's try and build this thing up. It's actually crazy. Is this guy actually still rides? Surprisingly enough, this guy, out of every... I actually think there's only a few riders in this video right here that still ride. I don't know. I think when I get a better set... Yeah. It's cool. It's like, I know some streamers, what they do is, like, every time they just play a video game, they just kind of just stream it, you know? And you kind of just have a habit that starts forming. Okay, so I think the hard part about this one is going to be, generally what I've been finding about how to build these up is it's this space right here, but also I need to think about this space right here, and then thinking that's 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 3, 4, 5, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7, 7.5. So that's what we're going to try and do right now. We're going to establish the proportion of the figure, which we're going to roughly say probably about right there, right? Yeah, right there. And then we'll go one, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7.5. That might work. It'll just be right on the edge. And so now what we're going to do is we're just going to quickly rough this figure in. The hard part right now is going to be to figure out how we can fit everything in here. So let's see here. That's about 1, 2, 3. Like right here. Just see. Okay, so then we'll just quickly rough it in. So we're building up our 3 movable masses, which is the head, the torso, and the pelvis. The pelvis generally sits on number 4, so we go 1, 2, 3, 4. Now it's kind of funny because I'm actually terrible at math, but this is like the simplest addition. I mean, if I can do this sort of math, I just feel like anybody can do this sort of math. This is just straight up just 7, and then you just remember these little, it's just memorizing these little areas. But oh, that's where I actually live, right there. That's funny, they got a clip there. Oh yeah, what was I? Okay, so I actually think I pushed it a little bit more. So let's think about that, and so we can push this a little bit more, like say it was like this, we can actually push it a little bit more like this. So imagine if this was a block right here. Imagine if this finger was a block, right? You can actually see the shadow right here. And if it turns like this, so to make that block bigger right there, what we would do is just make that deeper. And it kind of simulates going like this. That's what I think the amount of Christian streamers is growing. It's pretty awesome to see. Praise God for... Oh, yeah. Praise the Lord, huh? I think it's going to keep growing, too. It's just good for fellowship. It's crazy. I've been seeing more churches kind of come up on here. It's pretty interesting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.5. Okay, this is very, very rough, this one. Let's just quickly, I'm just gonna quickly just put this in here just to see if it's gonna fit. But I think it is. I actually think I should push this figure a little bit more this way now that I think about it. might actually work. Loving the music. Oh, we went through that entire zone. Alrighty then. Well, we're going to change it now then. Let's listen to this. I think this might work, everybody. Though I'm not sure about the shopping cart. I'm going to be completely honest. Yeah, might work. Yep, let's send it. We're just going to send it. Try not to waste time. I guess it's not wasting time. The only problem with the traditional thing is it's just like if I want to reestablish a lot of this stuff, I have to redo this and then redraw the entire thing so far, but it's roughly what we have going so far. What's under here? Okay, everybody. We are sending this. I don't know how this is going to go, but let's just go for it, I guess. So we're starting with our line of action. This is the spine of the figure. We're starting with the head, which we're going to establish the proportions from the head, which is this right here. And so now it is a little messy in here, but we're going to go in here now. So now we're going to be establishing our 3 immovable masses. I also want to relay that this is how I learned how to do this. There are many different methods to get to the same end goal. Basically the method that I'm using right here, this is called the Bridgman method. So let's start with our 3 movable masses, which will be our torso, pelvis. So 1, 2, 3, 4 is pelvis. We're thinking about these 3 shapes as blocks. And if we can think about them as blocks, it makes it much simpler because it's easier to split a block in half than if we were to just draw all the anatomy in there and then split that in half. Okay, what are we doing now? So now we're going into doing our landmarks, which the next landmark will be what I personally like to do is the end of the kneecaps. You are back. I am Peppers. Welcome. Doing a weird drawing right here. So actually, maybe I should put the head a little bit more that way, but that's okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5.5 right there. That's like the end of the kneecaps generally. We're going to split this pelvis in half, which we don't have to split it in half like that. I just generally go like this, you know. And then from this half point, there's this muscle in the thigh that kind of goes like this, and then there's another one that goes right there. So then we just go shoop, pop, tia. Soup, cha. So there's like one line, another line, and then this is like the knee right here. There we go. Over here. Another one over here. And then the shin bone is curved, so we're going to curve this down like this.
And then we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7.5. This is this line right here. And this is where the heel is going to be. And then we could build the foot off of that. Now we're also thinking about the weight of this figure, to think if the weight, because this is actually a good one, because if we see the spine right here, now there is a lot of weight the human body can take on, but if we were going to do a marble sculpture or something like that, sculpture, you have to think about the physics of it, if it can work. Oh, you're drawing one of the cool drawings again. Have talent. Thank you. I mean, people say talent, man, people say talent a lot, and it's weird because I heard this pastor, actually I've heard many pastors say, now I've actually heard two different things what pastors say. Some people, you know how you just said the word talent? Well, it's interesting because there's also the thing called the parable of the talents. And now some people have said that those talents are somewhat related, but then some pastors say they're not related, so I don't know, so. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to roughly clean this up, because there's a lot of lines that I actually got messed up in here. So we're roughly just going to clean this up. It's pretty messy up in here. Okay, and then we're going to kind of go back in using this pencil, which is much easier to erase. We're going to be establishing our deltoid, which is like the shoulder muscle. The deltoid's split into 3 muscles. There's a front delt, side delt, and then there's a back delt. So since we did that little line right there, we can kind of split that over there and arc it and see where the deltoid is going to be on this side too. Now we're going to do the bicep. Now I don't actually know the forearm muscles too much, so maybe this dude's going to be pretty ripped. Trying to draw this Bible up in here. We can honor the Lord like this. This guy's influenced so many BMX riders. Edmund De La Reza. Okay, what are we doing here? Should we make this dude ripped or skinny? That is the question now. Let's actually kind of recommit this a little bit. Let's actually just go with it. We're gonna go into it. See that this is the thing about the green pencil, which I feel like it speeds up my process. Cause like, see how I can't really erase that? It just like, I have to just go with it, right? So we're just gonna go with it. We're just gonna go deltoid. Bicep, tricep. And the hand. And then we're going to go with the book. Just quickly put it in there. There we go. So now what we're going to do is we're going to erase these lines. I know it's ridiculous because I just kind of put it in there, but we're actually going to erase it. And you can almost use a layering method to these pencils. And so that's kind of what we're doing. See how I can push and pull? We can push and pull back, but also the green pencil you have to commit to, so. And so now what we're gonna do, so we have some of this down. Now we're gonna be going into the portrait. And I think we're gonna start establishing the portrait, and then we're gonna start kind of working our way around the image. So what we're gonna think about the portrait as is we're gonna think about just like how we made the blocks that you can't really see anymore because we're gonna be drawing on top. There's actually another thing that I forgot who, I think Bridgman teaches it, but I think some other figure drawing artists go into it. But this is why we draw through the form. See how I like covered the entire, see how like I actually drew I drew this block and then we went and I'm drawing over on top of this stuff. There's a reason why artists do that is because it's good to see if like this hand was right here and then this hand was on top of it. Sometimes like you can get very confused on, especially like if it's going to go through something and you know stuff like that, it gets very confusing. So that's why it's called drawing through the form. Even though it seems like you're drawing it twice or having to draw it 3 times, it actually sometimes speeds up the process. Now it's time to watch a different video. I don't think I've ever watched this one. Oh, I did. So these guys right here, this is like East Coast BMX street. Very East Coast-esque. I mean, I don't know about nowadays, but it seems like most of the people they sponsor and stuff are from like the East Coast, which I never really, I'm gonna be honest, I've never really been to the East Coast, but a lot of these spots are very like East Coast. That was crazy, actually. Holy moly, Matt Miller's gnarly. He's a gnarly pegless writer right here. I was actually very inspired by Matt Miller when I used to be pegless. Man, I miss I miss just having an ACL. Fudge. I miss just like sending it and not having to like think that I'm gonna just not be able to ride anyway, let's keep going. So what am I doing here? We're gonna make this a box. Split this box in half. The box in half again. So this is gonna be our head. And now we can experiment with trying to figure out this portrait up in here, everybody. I'll just skip this. Now how are we to draw this character? And I need, where's that little piece of paper? Let's just put it over on this side. Oops, I'm using that. Now I'm going to try and draw this guy like, how do you draw a guy homeless but also not creepy?
Oh, these are awkward. We're entering into the cringe, everybody, alright? These drawings have been pretty cringy lately, so we're just gotta go with it, everybody, alright? This guy probably doesn't seem like he's a homeless dude, but we're just trying to... how do I make this guy seem homeless? Let's see here, everybody. How do we draw this guy looking like he's homeless? Do 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 do. I mean, I guess a homeless guy could be really anybody, honestly. Maybe like long hair or something. Maybe a beard. I guess a beard, maybe. The only reason the beard's kind of hard sometimes is like, sometimes it's hard to make a guy look like he's smiling with a beard. Maybe he could have like the Amish beard. I don't know about this, everybody. How do we draw this guy happy but homeless? Let me redo this. Should we go for a beard? I mean, Yeah, let's redo it. I guess let's see if we can get a different character. And that is kind of the other thing, is sometimes we just gotta restart it. It's okay. Let's see if we can get maybe a different character. The hard part is trying to make it look happy, because it's so easy to make a character look like it's like angry or snarling. It's kind of hard to like make it look cheerful for me personally. So, like I already made, like I feel like even that eye right there, it's just a little bit too, it makes it look like he's mean.
We're getting somewhere. See, this character looks way different than the other one. See, just even the most minute little thing changes the portrait so much. And I think one of the hardest parts with this, I guess this method right here, is knowing like if you want to keep it or do you want to like change it, right? I think that's a very challenging part with these characters. The guy kind of looks stern, but maybe not totally angry. I don't know. He looks kind of gnarly. It's like hard to make it look smiling because his lips are right there. I think that's why I feel like the bearded characters can be a little hard, because like you can't really like see, because sometimes if you just like don't have the beard, you could just like put a little smiley face right there. But because of the mustache, sometimes it can be a little challenging. A little challenging to get up in there, huh? Maybe this character's just holding on to his hair. You know, like those guys that like are like full on just about to like he's just gonna be rocking the bald. I don't know what that's called, you know, like just rocking it. I probably seem like a crazy person, but it's just kind of, sometimes I think it's fun just like thinking about these like these characters. You know, like this guy doesn't even care about his hair. He's just like, bro, we're bald, we're going with it. Maybe a little sprout growing on his head. Oh, the music. Okay, let's change the music. Where are we going now? Let's see here. Actually, let's see here. What should we listen to? Let's listen to... Let's go to our playlist. I feel like a music should pop up. Here we go. Drawing playlist. Skip this ad. Okay, so we got the portrait. So I'm kind of digging this portrait. Could go into a little more. Sometimes I get a little scared. It sounds strange to say that, because like, especially working in the scale, like the most minute little thing can like either make this character look really mean, or it can just totally change the... He almost just looks disappointed, I'm gonna be honest.
I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed. It really does look like that guy kind of looks like. Now what we're going to do is we're going to work. So this is kind of like the Brad Rigney technique we're doing right here. So we're working on the hardest areas first. So we're going to put a lot of effort into the portrait and then a lot of effort into this hand right here. So let's try and work this hand. So let's clean this up. We've established it a little bit, but still it's pretty vaguely in there. Okay, so let me think about this. This one we're going to think about the hand like this. See this line? It's like a box, so it does seem like a box, but it's actually, if we can just think about this like this, like a big box hand thing. That's how we're thinking about it. And what are we listening to now? What happened to that song? I guess it's the new song. That's a weird ambience. Let's change the zone, everybody. I don't know what to listen to now. No, I'll just listen to cheesy music. We're listening to cheesy music, everybody. Okay, so this is the form. Okay, so this is where the hand's gonna be. Thumb. I don't know if that's gonna work. But I think we might just keep this main hand, so we're gonna commit to that part at least. But those fingers, I don't know. Let's kind of let's redo this again. Hard. I'm not good at drawing hands, everybody, by the way. But I roughly just put the shapes in there and just try and think about the proportion of it. Okay, so let's work on this book, the Bible, and hopefully we can kind of just make it look at least somewhat readable. Let's actually clean it up. There's some spots up in here. Apologize if this music's pretty annoying, but it's kind of lighthearted. Kind of gets me to not be as stressed out if I kind of just think of things kind of in a cheesy sense. Now this Bible is huge, I'm going to be honest. If you saw some guy with a book this big out in the streets, he would be like, what in the world? But I actually have seen on YouTube that there are some Bibles that are like super huge. Oh, those characters are ridiculous. We're trying, everybody. The hard part is going to try and make this guy... How are we going to make this guy seem homeless? Okay, let's put a cross in here. Let's try and honor it to the Lord. It's not that hard to put a cross in things, huh? There we go. So now we can have some fun. See, we've gotten the hard parts done, and it's kind of funny because I learned this technique from a believer. Brad Rigney actually is a believer. And after he told me that, it actually changed a lot of my drawings. I was like, man, I've never thought about just working on the hard areas first. Because if you put a lot of your focus in the hardest area, because how I used to draw is I used to be like, oh, well, man, I don't want to do the hand. Let's do the hand later. And I would work on something like over here or like over here. Like put a lot of detail in here. But I feel like when we work on the hardest areas, everything else is kind of like easy mode right now. And it's almost kind of like you can relax a little bit. I put a different video on. Okay, how are we gonna do this? Maybe this guy could be. I mean, this is where we can like we can almost think about this as like an RPG game, right? We could put a giant shoulder pad. Maybe this guy was an olden warrior back in the day. He's a veteran. There are a lot of homeless veterans out there, right? I mean, there is that, you know. Like, we could also put like a robe on this guy. I kind of want to maybe go like robe, maybe like. The only reason why I'm thinking more robe, because with the robe, you can put a lot of like nicks and like patches and scars on it, which I feel like if you're homeless sometimes more like that, but maybe that's what we'll do. Okay, so we're gonna be thinking about the robe. Let's see here, yeah. I mean, maybe we could put a shoulder pad right here. Maybe like, maybe shoulder pad and then robe underneath it. That's also a fun one to do. Because then maybe if we do the shoulder pad and then the robe, it'll be almost like he was a warrior. He was an olden... So we can mess around with that. We don't have to like full on go with it, but we can experiment, right? We can have some fun. So let's see here. Now, why would a homeless person have a shoulder pad? I have no idea. But maybe we'll put another one over on this side. We're just gonna mess around. This is ridiculous. Holy moly. This guy looks like a homeless general now. But maybe we could try the robe now. See here. Okay, so if the robe goes in here, we're just experimenting right now, so. And so then there's goes right here and then goes through and then loops down like this. Yeah, I'm not sure we're gonna do that. I don't know about the shoulder pads. I don't know if we're doing the shoulder pads, everybody. I think that is a little weird. I already feel like I'm gonna get strange comments on that one. Maybe one shoulder pad? Maybe just a littler shoulder pad. Let's see what it seems like with just the robe. And then maybe we'll just throw a little shoulder pad on the top of it. Okay, so we're gonna kind of go with, if you guys want to know how we're drawing the shoulder pad, I can give you guys a schematic. So roughly I'll give you guys the schematic. You guys can study this too if you watch, if you look up on YouTube right now, how to make a woolen robe with a sheet, say I think 8x9 or something like that. I think that's about how big, if this was wool, you know, this was a wool blanket. So what you do is you think about the portrait or the character like this, right? So we imagine if this is our 3 movable masses, head, torso, pelvis, 3 movable masses. What we think about is that there is a pin, which is right here. You can use a rock, and you can actually use a stone, and you can tie a rope with it. You can tie it like this with a rope, and that's the stone right there, and the cloth goes like on the outside right there. Or you can use a clothespin like this, which most people in the olden days would use this clothespin thing like that, and then, you know, it kind of goes out like that. So we think like this is going to go in like this. So see that, and then that's that right there. So these two go like this and go like that, and that's where we get those lines right there. So the second one, the second part of the schematic is actually the belt, which you can use a rope or have a belt. And then these two parts right here, they go through that and in here, and then come out right there. And then this one goes in like that. And so this one goes under like that, and then goes through. There's the belt right there. And then that's how you, that's roughly how you, that's the schematic. And you can actually do this in real life. That's the crazy thing. This is how you make a woolen robe in the olden days. That's the schematic to it. But then thinking about this, in the different perspectives, we can basically do this exact same thing. But if we think about it in perspective now, we can take these very same concepts and throw it onto a character. Now the thing is that there are many schematics. This is the one that I learned. There's a lot of different schematics. And there's actually a way you can like mathematically figure everything out in a drawing. It's kind of strange, actually. Kind of like you're like a 3D program or something.
What are we watching here? Who is this guy? Who is this? I feel like wow, Ian Schwartz. This must be a really old video. Okay, anyway, so how we're thinking about it, we're actually not going to be able to see that little pin right there, but we will be able to see it going out on the outside right there. And then it goes down and through, and then there, man, this is actually going to be a very hard one too. It's almost like you can't really see the pivot points where the wool is getting connected because the belt's going to be covered as well. But we can think that it's going right here. There's the pivot point right there. It's going to come down and it's going to go under the arm. This part's actually kind of confusing. So it goes down and then goes up and then goes down right there. That probably make no sense whatsoever, but that's basically the schematic to it. And so there would, since his arm's right there, there would be a little bit more folds right there. And these are just like little things that you can think about, right? So it's gonna roughly look something like that. Now I forgot what style this is called. I think this is just the simple style. This is just like you're surviving in the wilderness and you need to make a robe out of a blanket. Which I don't think they used to call it a blanket. I think they would just call it just a, just a sheet of wool or whatever. Or a camel hair cloak, which I think that's actually we're going to think about this as. We're going to think about this as a camel hair cloak. So that's what I've been thinking about. So if you look at camel hair cloaks are kind of furry. So instead of this, this could be camel hair. Camel hair. Now the thing is that this also has a density to it. So, a wool one would probably be very skinny. Probably like that. Now a camel hair cloak is probably like this, honestly, now that I think about it. Now that's actually hard to do. Because it's very easy to draw this one because all you have to do is like a line. But it's actually hard to make it look thick like a camel hair. Like all furry and stuff like this. It's hard to make it like that. Now the thing why I didn't go with the shoulder pad is because now you can have a shoulder pad on top of this right here, but sometimes you want it to read a little bit more, and a lot of this stuff isn't getting read, so let's put it right here. Now I don't really know what we're going to do with the arms really, because we have to think that we can also do this in a layering system, right? Because we can think, okay, so this guy has a camel hair cloak, but also this guy could be wearing clothes. It's not like this dude just has a camel hair cloak, right? This guy could be wearing chainmail. This guy could just be wearing a normal shirt. This guy could be wearing nothing, right? That's another thing to think about. Maybe this guy, I might just put a bracelet on this guy. Maybe, yeah, probably just like maybe, I don't know. Because also the other thing I'm trying to think about too is tangents. So a tangent would be say this line right here. Imagine if I put a line right there. I was like, okay, let's make the bracelet that big. Now sometimes the tangents can mess you up because if you looked at this in a little image, you would get confused. You'd be like, oh, well, why is that book going all the way down, right? So these are little things that you think about as well. I'm drawing these things. It's kind of like figuring out a puzzle. That's basically what it is. And I need to change this music. This music is ridiculous. This is we're going to this. Man, Davy Watson. What happened to that writer? That writer just disappeared. Does anybody know what happened to Davy Watson? So I actually think we are going to commit to some of this stuff. I'm kind of digging this So we're actually gonna commit to this right here. So this is our commit pencil. We can't really erase this one anymore. But we're gonna just say we're committing to that now. So I guess in an RPG game setting, we have attained an item right there. That's how I like to think of it as. We've grinded for an item and we've attained it. Oh, you know what might be helpful? Dude, I might put chains on this guy like he was prisoned or something like that. Imprisoned. Because this drawing right here is kind of inspired by the Least of Us things. So he got broke free from prison or something. I guess I don't think those chains would be that big. Oh well, maybe this guy was just really strong and they had to really use some gnarly chains on this guy. Which I might get rid of that. I don't know about that. Maybe it kind of goes into like Christ broke the chains or something, you know, like when people say that, you know, he set us free. I guess that might be a little kind of like. Now see, that's actually no. So that's actually a weird thing that I was just bringing up the tangents, right? So this would be kind of like a storytelling tangent. You kind of actually can. So the other thing is you can use tangents. So this kind of would maybe be like a storytelling tangent where it's like you're like, oh well, there's a cross, and then you wait a minute, why is there this chain right here, right? So you kind of can do something like that as well. Kind of forgot to mention that. Okay, so what are we doing here now? Let's think about the cross on this side. So we're gonna just take this line over here. Let's just put a quick little line right there. We're gonna just do it like that. Yeah, maybe we'll make this dude like, well, he already does look pretty ripped, honestly. Okay, so let's work on this. So we're gonna work on the deltoid. The deltoid is built within 3 muscle groups, which is the front delt, the side delt, and then there's also a back delt. This would be the front delt, side delt. There's actually a back delt. I don't know if you would see the back delt right there. And then from here, this would be the bicep, which maybe there's like a vein right there. This is the tricep. I don't know what muscle that goes. I don't really know the forearm muscles. I just think of them as there's this muscle right here, and then there's something. There's the elbow. I don't know, something like that. I need to study this. I'm not too sure. Oops. This guy kind of has some dwarven vibes to him. Okay, I'm getting a little confused because this is getting a little messy in here. This is actually another thing I'm kind of a little bit trying to work on right now. Trying to figure out where I've done the layer, when I've erased it. Because, like, see how this stuff's all, like, messy? There's a lot, see, there's these lines in here that I didn't erase, like, right here, that I need to make sure that I mean, I don't have to make sure, but it just makes it a little bit easier to keep track of the layering system, because this is one layer, but because we're somehow using this colored pencil, this is somewhat in a layering system. It's like a layering system on one layer. Something like that. Do 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 do. Back. Well, look at that. There's a cross right there. What the? That's weird. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Why is there a cross right there? That's strange. I've never noticed that at the end of this video they put a cross. Wow. Dude, I find it really weird. I know it sounds great because I don't know if these guys are believers, whoever made this video. I just find it very, very strange when you just see a little cross like that. Look at this thing. It's like a straight cross right there. That is cool. We're going to rewatch this entire video now. Just because of that. Shout out to the animal. Literally because they put a cross right there, we're going to rewatch this entire video. Because I'm crazy like that. Because like, now I feel like I missed something. Now I'm like, did they? I don't know. When I see a cross, I just get tripped out. I ate some food. Man, Tom White's gnarly. Wow, white bars like really stand out. I just like seeing all the spots they're at. Okay, what am I doing here? Let's think about... What are you doing? Okay, let's clean some of this up. Should we do the... I think we are going to do the chains. I kind of like that. Oh, these chains are not even. We also need to make the belt right here, so we'll just make it a rope belt. Oh, you guys do not need to watch my stream. I'm going to be flat out honest. Anybody that's watching these streams, you do not need to be watching this stream because I feel like I'm just wasting people's time. Especially with this stuff right here because it's just like, you know, it's not like I'm doing anything too crazy. So I apologize. Anybody watching, I apologize for I'm wasting your time. You guys do not need to watch this stream. Honestly, what matters most is the Bible studies, even though. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to put little furry things at the end of this cape or robe thing. So. like camel hair cloaks, but I feel like kind of makes it like furry. And then what we're going to do is we're going to just put some, we're going to make this kind of tattered looking, so put some patches. He's patched it. He don't got enough money to buy another one, so he's patching it up. Something like that. This looks kind of janky right here, I'm going to be honest. Maybe I'll put like some rope right here. Actually, I don't like that tangent right there, or just like that. Now this is getting pretty janky, I'm gonna be honest. I'm just kinda not really digging this right now. We're gonna try and just go with it, I guess. Try not to waste time. Alright, let's commit to some of this stuff. Okay, so the cape goes down right here, goes out. So we're just going to commit to the chain. You never waste anyone's time, brother. Those who come in and stay choose. Oh, yes, that is true. Who is that? Is that Nigel Sylvester? That might be Nigel Sylvester. Man, they still use that seat. It's pretty crazy. Alright, let's clean this up. Let's do the feet now. The feet are kind of challenging. And my knowledge of drapery is really lacking right here. You can tell I'm like just guessing right here. But I guess that kind of shows where I need to work on and what I need to work on. Put another pass right here. Character is a trip though. I need to like commit to some of these lines up in here. I didn't do that. Sometimes I forget, because sometimes like even though I made that line that I want to stick with it, sometimes just like putting this line in the background kind of like makes it all like even looking.
Okay, let's work on the feet and then we'll work on everything else. We're making somewhat good time though, so I'd like to think that we're making good time anyway. Okay, let's draw this foot. Now, what is actually strange about these drawings is that when I was younger, I'm going to be honest, when I was younger, I drew a lot of demons and stuff. It's actually strange. But the reason why I drew a lot of demons and anamorphical figures is because I actually didn't know how to draw the figure really, so I kind of just would guess. And I remember I'd just draw a lot more demons back in the day. It's kind of strange to say, but if you look at my old drawings, there's actually some gnarly demons we drew up in there when I was younger. Now I don't even really draw demons anymore, I'm going to be honest. This is... I think I actually got that wrong. There actually should be a strap down there. This. Well, I think your art is pretty fire generally. It's unique, and you rarely see a lot of hand-drawn artists. Okay, yeah. It is a strange one, huh? I used to do a lot of digital art. There was a time when I actually did do a lot of digital artwork. Yeah, this character is pretty gnarly, though. I'm kind of digging it. Playing an RPG game, everybody. We tried to draw a homeless man. It's actually hard to draw a homeless man, but make it look not creepy. I'm gonna be honest, this looks like a regal homeless man. It's almost like he has this noble look to him. That's so weird to say, right? The regal homeless man. That was once a paladin or something. I'll be right back. I gotta use the restroom. He's got swag. Tanaka does, huh? There's a part of me that just kind of wants to do this part right here. Because I used to just draw characters. Honestly, if I honestly just did the characters, I probably could ink this out right on the spot like that. But since I've been doing the background elements, that's when actually inking's been very kind of like weird for me. Because I just like, sometimes I actually don't really like doing the background elements. But what I like about the background elements is you can kind of like make it like kind of go along with the story a little bit. Like you can kind of like make it a little bit more, like you can put some elements in there. I'm gonna put some like, I don't know what these, I forgot what these lines are called. These lines are called something. I just call them like little chicken scratch lines. To me, honestly, I don't know what they're called, but I know they're actually called something. This one reminds me, it's also reminding me of Hebrews 13:2. Let me put Hebrews 13:2 in here. Hebrews 13:2. Do not neglect to show hospitality to strangers, for thereby some have entertained angels unawares. Which is weird to think about. I think it's weird anyway. This actually might be the gnarliest homeless guy I've actually drawn so far. I've drawn him, like, maybe this might be my 7th homeless person I've drawn. Like, really trying to, like, depict kind of a homeless-er guy, but let me change the music. This music's weird. We're in Duskwood right now. Warsaw Gulch music? Listen to this. Maybe it was this. Okay, I guess we're gonna draw everything else now, everybody. That's gonna be challenging. Okay, we're just gonna have to send it. Still not sure. Okay, let me think about this. We're doing a bike, BMX bike. There's a cross right there. BMX bike, trailer, recycling, or something. Keep it moving. What is it? That's property. Let's see here. We're gonna just go back to the playlist I had.
I've listened to this. It's so funny. I've actually listened to this music so much I can't even listen to it anymore. Let's go to this one. Morrowind music.
Okay. And I'm thinking, how would a shopping cart look? Let's draw the bike first. Maybe because I need to figure out how this bike is going to be situated. Okay, so we're gonna do 3. This is how we draw the BMX bikes. We go 3. A little less than 3, actually. We split that in half. Or not split it, we make it into a rectangle. We make that into a box. We split this box in half. We find the center point. This is where the hub is. What if this guy was just like a gnarly BMX? Like, what if this guy was a pro homeless BMX rider? That would be crazy, bro. That'd be just so funny to see. How funny would it be if there was like the most gnarliest rider, but he was just straight up homeless? You'd be like, what in the world? I almost bent the paper, darn it. I gotta be more careful. Okay, we need to be more careful. Okay, so what am I doing? Okay, yeah. Okay, so then we're figuring this out. This is where this is at. We're just roughly gonna put it in here. This is this. Put a stem on it. Let's put just a normal geometry. This guy has to scavenge. I guess not scavenge, but this guy's just gonna be running like normal geometry stuff. Dude, that guy is crazy. Look at that guy. That guy's gnarly. You're crazy, Joel. Dude, look at this. He does a hang 5 on this thing. It's tall. Okay, let's keep going. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Let's stay focused. You guys can watch the BMX. I need to stay focused. Let's see here. So this is where this tire right here is. That means the seat post would be about right there. BMX bikes are fun. To draw. Oh, you know what? If I didn't really think about how am I going to make this look even? Okay, so this is actually what we're going to have to do. We're going to have to think about this, and I'm going to have to guess this perspective a little bit. So we're going to just go like this. Think about that. Think about this like that. Think about that like this. Thinking that this is in the middle. He has it attached somewhere right here onto his bike. And then this is going to be a shopping cart right here. Dude, look at how tall that thing is. That thing's crazy. Stay focused. Okay, okay, so how does the shopping cart go? I'm kind of confused. Would he have the shopping cart with the handles this way or over on this side? I think it would be over on this side. So let's think about it that way. So let's just go boom, little wheel over here. This is kind of like, what does that look like again? I forgot. There's like this weird thing right here, isn't there? It goes up like that, I think. And then like goes up like this. And then there's like, there we go. Now this guy's gonna be it. Now this guy's gonna start looking gnarly. I don't know why I'm gonna be honest. I don't really know why a lot of homeless people like shopping carts. I mean, I guess it makes sense. They can't afford a car, so where else are they gonna put their belongings? I mean, sometimes you can't even afford a bag. I mean, I guess a shopping cart is the next best thing, right? I don't know. Okay. I'm trying to think about this as like the 3D object thing. I kind of totally forgot about that. Okay, so this is like this. It's like that. There's a leg over here, one over here. You would see a little bit of this wheel. I'll put that in there. Quick perspective. I'm kind of just guessing the perspective right there. And there we go, everybody. This is the strange homeless man. Now we're going to go into another layer with the green pencil, or commitment layer. I'm kind of digging this right here. I'm also still not sure how he's going to be connecting this, so... Okay, so let me think about this. This is where... Okay, so if we... This is where the... Man, this is so funny. This is like homeless engineering right here. So we got, okay, so we have the axle that's right over here. And so if you look at like, say like a bike cart thing, they generally connect it up here to something, but it's generally they'll probably have like something over here. And so we're gonna have to make some sort of, I mean, it could just be a rope, honestly. Like maybe he could just have a rope device and just it goes like just like that. Okay. I need to change this music too. I've listened to this too much. Too much, everybody. Too much. Let's do this, I guess.
They like the way you stir it. Oh, cheesy. They like to eat it up.
Okay, let's commit to some of this stuff. We're going with it. We're just gonna send it. Yeah. Let's go. Let's do it. Oh wait, I forgot. I was also gonna maybe put. No, not per. I wasn't maybe gonna put like some McDonald's or something on this one, but maybe not. Start committing to this stuff. I'll just go in with another layer.
Yeah, that's a cool spot right there. That looks crazy. Wow, that was insane. Trick's so hard, dude. He made it look so easy, but I am like nowhere close to even. Wow, what the heck was that? That was crazy. Like I just straight up did like a bar spin steamroller or something. Did he just do a wall ride to? Wait a minute. Let me look at that again. Whoa. He did a wall ride 180 to something. Wow, wall ride 180 to X up to, what was that? That's his like, that's the solar flare. That's what he did. I think that's what it is. I think he invented that trick. It's called a solar flare. So he did a wall ride 180 X up to solar flare. That's pretty crazy. That's the other trick I've been trying to learn right there. The cliffhanger. He's mastered it. Man, that trick's hard. That trick right there is so hard to learn. He makes it look just easy. Anyway, getting distracted. All right, let's just keep going. Oh yeah, there's gonna be stuff in here too, so. Okay, what am I doing here? I guess he could have like bags and stuff on here. I was gonna maybe put like, oh, you know what I could do? Maybe I could put like the verse right here. Or maybe I could just put repent or something like that. I guess this is kind of the fun part. You can kind of just like, this is just going to be like just straight up just abstraction right here. What things could this guy have in here? I guess he could have like ropes tying everything down. Oh, there's a tanner. Oh, it's okay. I'll just go for it. I feel like there'd be some different, maybe some boxes. Rope down. This one, I kind of want to just put the verse right there and then maybe put a little squirrel or something right there. That'd be kind of cool. And I'll have a water bottle right here. Alright, let's erase all this and let's clean it up. And we'll send it. And these homeless guys are really hard to draw, I'm gonna be honest. I feel like it's... I wonder like how other believers would try and draw like the least of these things, or if you were inspired by the least of these, like how would you guys depict this stuff? Because it's one thing to think about the least of these verses in terms of like the olden times, but I think what's so interesting about the least of these verses, it says something like something at the coming of the end, something, I don't know, something within like, it's supposed to somehow be in the future or something like that, from when that was written. It's kind of weird to think about. Okay, let's bike. Okay, everybody. Now we gotta stay focused. This is our final layer on this one, and for some reason, man, we've been making some good time on this one. This guy's a believer right here. Okay, let's draw this. I think I do kind of want to draw it this way. Like, it should be kind of fun. Not really excited for this part. This is just gonna be a chaos right here. Oh well, let's go for it. Okay, I guess we're just gonna have to go on autopilot for this right now. I don't really want to draw this right now, but we're just gonna
trying to go for it, I guess.
Before I locked both doors, I wanted to make sure you were here.
Okay.
I put your pizza in the refrigerator.
Okay. Thank you.
And I'm driving to the VA hospital tomorrow.
Okay. This is hard. Homeless people are, I'm not gonna lie, homeless people are very awkward to draw. It's like hard to like, that's what makes it challenging, I guess. Like the Armor of God ones are like easy, but there's like just so much stuff in here. Just gotta send it, I guess. Let's just send it. Let's get this done. I'm just pushing through right now. We're just pushing through, trying to get this thing done. Oh yeah, I forgot we're doing the rope system. This is where it's getting very chaotic, everybody. I have no idea what I'm doing right here. At this point, I'm just like Just trying to just get this thing done and call it a day.
Holy moly.
I think I should have some just more things just hanging on, just I think I'm going to put the verses right here, like Matthew, I think it's Matthew 23 or something like that. Matthew 25 or Matthew 23. Or I could just put repent right there or something.
I need to take this video out of here. That like, I have like this weird thing up in there that keeps flickering. Oh, look at that. It's kind of funny. Like a little cart thing right there.
Does this look chaotic enough? I guess maybe not chaotic, but this has a bunch of stuff in here.
What else can we put in here?
I mean, he could just have this as just a giant billboard right here, honestly. Darn, I should have just done the character. Oh well. This stuff's hard to draw. I don't know what I'm doing right there. Oh, I tried. That's why I like doing these drawings in one sitting, because I know we've just entered into the cringe realm right here, but it's like hard to like think about trying to draw the least of these things.
Got a little sprout on his head.
That's the one thing like pastors didn't really mention to me when I mean, it seems like they don't really mention it that much, but there is a weird level of homeless Christianity. Like there's a full-on Christian like homeless scene out there. It's kind of gnarly, but I can understand why, you know. Let's put a little bit of emphasis on these pages right here. Where is the music? Back to StarCraft. All right, let's draw this bike. He's gonna have some fun right here, huh? Man, this character's strange, dude. Oh, these ones are gnarly. These ones are definitely hard. You guys want a challenge? These ones are challenging, man. It's just so hard to do this stuff right here. It's like I don't even know what I'm drawing. I'm just drawing shapes. Oh, let's draw this bike.
This guy doesn't even have grips. He's just going gripless. Those bars actually look pretty cool though.
This one actually kind of look bent right there though, darn.
Yeah, I'm so glad to see you though. For sure, man.
Try and stream a lot, so
If you don't catch me one day, you'll probably catch me maybe in another day.
oh man, this one, these drawings are, they ventured in the realm of the cringe, everybody. Though these ones are kind of fun, it does kind of break up the monotony of drawing the Armor of God ones, because I guess if I did just draw the Armor of God ones every single time, I probably would get bored or burnt out. So these ones are kind of like a good change of pace, right? And for some reason, this one's actually taken pretty fast. Sometimes it takes me a long time. What am I doing, everybody? I really, when I think about the least of these verses, sometimes I get tripped out too. I'm just like, does it really say that? Like, I know it says that because we've done Bible studies on it, but man, sometimes it was actually shocking to me. I remember when I was younger, it actually kind of shocked me when I read those verses. I was like, that's weird. Like, it's so strange because, do you remember it shocked me when I was younger? I do kind of want to make it a little lighthearted. I was thinking about putting a little squirrel up here, but maybe not. Cross right here. We could try and write the verse right here. Maybe put a verse right there, maybe too. Maybe Hebrews 13:2. Oh my goodness, everybody. This is gnarly, dude. This character is ridiculous. I'm gonna be honest, if it wasn't for the Bible, I'd never be drawing stuff like this. This is just... Oh man. Alright, I gotta use the restroom. Okay, we're almost on the home stretch, everybody. Where's my Bible at? Here it is. Let's see if we can find the verses, everybody. I think it's Matthew 23. Matthew 23. Oh, I guess not Matthew 23. Where is it? Matthew 25? What is Matthew 25? Let me zoom this out just one more notch. Now, actually, because it's kind of interesting, because, like, there's a lot of sermons, I'm going to be honest, there's a lot of heavy sermons on the least of these. If you type in the least of these YouTube, Bible or sermons or something like that, a lot of gnarly sermons. Now, what's interesting is there was one minister or pastor guy, and he was talking about, what's interesting is that there's this part in it where he talks about, like the servants, and then there's like the talents, and then there's some of the servants go out and like multiply it, and then the one person, he hides it in the ground, right? But then what he said, what was very interesting to him, was that it's weird because it goes into biblical stewardship, right? But then it goes into the least of these, right? And it's very interesting thinking about that, because you're like, that's strange. Because a lot of pastors talk about biblical stewardship in the aspect of everything that the Lord has, everything that we have right now is actually from the Lord. And it's almost like he's loaning it to us. And it's odd to think that when we go into this part, which is, it's literally in the same chapter. Actually kind of crazy. Well, now actually thinking about that is actually insane. Man, that is so crazy to think about. Pastor said it way differently, way more eloquently, but now that I think about it, I'm like, wow, that really is interesting. But yeah, we'll read this part. When the Son of Man comes in his glory and all the angels with him, then he will sit on his glorious throne. Before him will be gathered all the nations, and he will separate people one from another as a shepherd separates the sheep from the goats. And he will place the sheep on his right, but the goats on the left. And so this is actually interesting, thinking about this, right? Then the king will say to those on his right, "Come, you who are blessed by my Father, inherit the kingdom prepared for you from the foundation of the world. For I was hungry, and you gave me food. I was thirsty, and you gave me drink. I was a stranger, and you welcomed me. I was naked, and you clothed me. I was sick, and you visited me. I was in prison, and you came to me." Then the righteous will answer him, saying, "Lord, when did we see you hungry and feed you, or thirsty and give you drink? And when did we see you a stranger and welcome you, or naked and clothe you? And when did we see you sick or in prison and visit you?" And the king will answer them, "Truly I say to you, as you did it to one of the least of these, my brothers," this part's emphasized a lot of times from a lot of commentaries, "you did it to me." Now, what some people say within this verse right here, because it says, "the least of these, my brothers," that these are believers in these states, even though we are called to help out the downtrodden and, have charity upon those less fortunate. What some pastors and Bible scholars have hypothesized is because in the Greek wording, I think in the Greek wording it means followers. This one right here, it says brothers, but I think in the Greek wording it actually means followers. So followers of Christ that are hungry, thirsty, in prison, So like that. Let's keep going. Then he will say to those on his left, "Depart from me, you cursed, into the eternal fire prepared for the devil and his angels. For I was hungry, and you gave me no food. I was thirsty, and you gave me no drink. I was a stranger, and you did not welcome me. Naked, and you did not clothe me. Sick and in prison, and you did not visit me." Then they will also answer, saying, "Lord, when did we see you hungry or thirsty, or a stranger, or naked, or sick, or in prison, and did not minister to you?" Then he will answer them, saying, "Truly I say to you, as you did not do it to one of the least of these, you did not do it to me. And these will go away into eternal punishment, but the righteous into eternal life." There's a lot of heavy sermons on this. Almost overwhelmed. Like, it's kind of overwhelming, actually. I will say what's kind
kind of strange is I think some pastors are very, very careful to bring this stuff up in their congregations, especially if, there's kids, if there's potentially even the age ranges, especially nowadays, because unfortunately right now, sometimes helping downtrodden and the homeless, it's scary. I'm going to be flat out honest, it's straight up scary. There's drug addiction, there's meth heads, there's people on heroin, there's people stealing things. It almost, some of them even look like zombies. It's crazy, right? So just to say, you got to be careful when you're out there and stuff like that. But what I found very shocking was that there's like this strange kind of like Christian homeless scene that a lot of pastors don't really mention. It's really strange. Yeah. I think we're going to put this verse in here. The king will answer... maybe not that one. Maybe we'll put this one in here. Then he will answer them, saying, truly I say to you, as you did not do it to one of the least of these, you did not do it to me. But then that one kind of... Because I feel like if I do this one, I did that one last time. Because I would like to just have this be just a real person. Random homeless person. We'll do this one. Matthew 25:45. Maybe we can write it in right there. We could just write it in right there. Matthew 25:45. Maybe that's what we'll do with this one. We'll just write the verse kind of like in and out verse. Like in and out verse thing. Let's go back to can I eat? Which actually, this one was actually kind of inspired by this right here. It's so funny. This is actually what I've kind of been inspired by, this one right here. Holy moly. Man, it's crazy. Okay. Yeah, I might just put Matthew 25... Wait, what was it? Matthew 25:45. Might just put it right here. That might be kind of cool. Instead of like having to write the verse. Let me see if I can put it here. And I kind of want to put like another one down here, like Hebrews 13:2. Maybe I might just put 13, or maybe I'll put like, or how would I do it? Like H, like almost like it's like an Easter egg. Hebrew 13:2, like it's like a little Easter egg. Let's write this in here. And we're going to put Hebrews 13:2. How would we do that? H. I'll put like very subtly. Now, why I was kind of thinking about Hebrews 13 too is just because of the beginning part of Matthew 25:45, which is very interesting. So we're going to Matthew 20:25. This part right here. It says, when the Son of Man comes in his glory and all the angels with him, then he will sit on his glorious throne. That is and so that's actually really weird, right? Because that's just so crazy to think about. Like, I just put a signature and call it a day. Oh man, this drawing was gnarly. And the homeless drawings are hard, man. Holy moly. Like, they're kind of a struggle. I feel like in the beginning I'm like pretty like set to do it. Like the character's fun to do. Like, don't get me wrong, I like doing the character, but like doing this stuff is like, man, it's hard. You're just like, man, I'm not good at. It's like I don't even know what all this stuff is. Like, just randomness. And that's also the other weird thing that's about the homeless ones is it kind of makes people uncomfortable too. I kind of know that. It's kind of weird because I actually get more likes like doing a drawing of like just an armor of God, you know. A lot of people, I feel like that's a very safe spot. If you guys are, if anybody's a Christian artist or something like that, doing the armor of God's a very like safe, like, because people like that, right? They like the armor of God ones, but you only get a little challenging up here. And I will put one more little Easter egg, I guess. Only by a company that's really hooked it up. That's so funny, dude. That is hilarious. I hope everybody are about done on this character. I kind of, maybe I should put a little scroll right there. Maybe that'll make it a little less weird. I mean, I'm going to be honest. I have actually been in parks where I literally have a picture. Where I have a picture somewhere. I'm going to have to start saving it somewhere. But the very park I went to, you would literally see homeless people, and then you would see squirrels and stuff like that. So, oh man, this is craziness, everybody. This is just insanity right here. What are we gonna listen to now? This is a nice copyright-free music. Let me see here. I feel like I had a squirrel that had like a little seed or something. That I did a long time ago. We're gonna do this one. Should we put a little squirrel right here and make it a little lightheartedness? Like if I put a little, I mean, I don't know, maybe I shouldn't put a little squirrel. This seems very just like serious. Squirrel or no squirrel? We're gonna put a squirrel up in there. I guess we've entered the cringe, everybody. Okay, but I was actually gonna put the Bible verse right there, but since we actually have it right here, I guess we can put a little squirrel right here. That's a big scroll, isn't it? The scroll is not that big, is it? Or is it that big? I feel like I need to make it a little bit smaller. Yeah, I need to make the scroll a little bit smaller. Scrolls ain't that big. Alrighty, let's draw this little squirrel, I guess. Oh my goodness, this is ridiculous. A little happiness in here, huh? A little lightheartedness. So let's layer this thing up. Push this over here. Maybe I'll be holding a little seed or something. That little squirrel. Darn, I kind of like pushed it with different pressure sensitivity and now it looks weird. Kind of like doesn't look alright. That's funny. I'm gonna be holding the seed. Nope. enter the cringe level, everybody. Oh well. I guess we can try again next time. I will say every time I draw one of these, at least of these ones, it's always hard. I guess one of them actually was somewhat, it did kind of work out, but most these seem to be very hard for me. Now what we're going to do is we're going to put it on the wood thing, call it a day. Wait, is that right free? No, it's not. No. I don't think it's copyrighted. Or I think it is copyrighted. And oops. Putting it on the wood thing. Alrighty, everybody, let's take off all the gizmos and we're gonna call it a day. I will say I use different pressure sensitivity on that thing, and okay, everybody. I know it seems ridiculous. I don't even know if I'm doing these drawings right, by the way. If you guys want a challenge, I feel like these ones are challenging to draw, especially the Matthew. I mean, I'd like to say I'm trying to help out. I mean, the homeless. I mean, a little bit. I don't know. Maybe even just making it a little bit more. Maybe if anything, I'm making these verses a little bit more aware. I don't know. I'd like to maybe think I'm trying to make them a little bit more aware, but I don't know. I will say the thing that's hard about drawing like the homeless people, it's hard to like draw them without making it look like too like gnarly, because you know, like you can, I don't know. It's hard. They're just hard. We have a little bit of lightheartedness in here. We got a little monkey in here. A little mookie. We got Matthew 25:45. We also have a Hebrews 13:2 kind of in there a little bit. Maybe I could put a Paulus right there. Nah, we won't do that. That would be funny if I put a Paulus right there. And yeah, we got this. And now we're going to get the thumbnail for the stream. And that is the thumbnail, everybody. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Alrighty, everybody. That's the cringy drawing of the day. I'm gonna be honest, what ends up happening with most of these drawings is like the next day when I see it, I'm like, holy moly, why did I even draw that? And so that's what generally starts happening every time I see these things in the morning, the next day. But now we are out of here, everybody. So this concludes the stream. I don't think we're rating anybody because nobody here. So peace out, guys. Thank you, Dino. Today was hard. Actually, the drawing actually turned out, I'm going to be honest, this one wasn't actually that hard, surprisingly. So But get out of here. Thanks for stopping by, Dinah, by the way. You guys have a good one. Try your best and have fun. Glory be to God.